All right, let's get started. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the April 16th, 2021 virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Timmy Knutson, and my pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm the chairman of the ZBA. I just want to start this meeting by acknowledging that this week is an incredibly painful time in Chicago in the wake of the video release of the police shooting of 13-year-old Adam Toledo. My heart goes out to his family and community and everyone listening to this meeting today that is in pain. It is a reminder for us all to actively fight racial bias and think about ways to get civically engaged to fight racial injustice. With that, we have an incredibly packed day today. Therefore, I want to start off by letting lawyers and experts present know that efficiency and conciseness will be absolutely essential today. The board has reviewed the materials. Accordingly, unless the matter is objected to, please give us the short version of your cases. If you don't do so, I will stop you, but would rather not have to. We are going to achieve a lot today. It honestly might be a record number of cases, but we will get it done. With that, first, I'd like to take judicial notice of the fact that on April 2nd, 2021, the governor of the state of Illinois signed a disaster proclamation declaring all counties of the state of Illinois a disaster area due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. This disaster proclamation is in effect until May 2nd, 2021. Thus, Section 7E1 of the Open Meetings Act has been met. Second, I'm making a determination pursuant to Section 7E2 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the board is not practical nor prudent. Similarly, I'm also making a determination pursuant to Section 7E5 that because of the disaster declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Zoning Board of Appeals or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place, inasmuch as there is no longer a physical meeting place. Third, this meeting will operate under the emergency rules governing the conduct of remote public board meetings and provisions for remote public participation, promulgated first by my predecessor and now by me, and which are posted on the board's website. I encourage everyone who frequently appears before the board to familiarize yourselves with these emergency rules, especially my recent March 22nd, 2021 updates, as we do not know how long the COVID-19 public health emergency will last. In line with these emergency rules, today's meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is a virtual meeting that is being simulcast to the general public via live streaming. It is also being recorded. We've established these virtual hearings in keeping with the governor, the General Assembly, the mayor, and city council's goal to continue government functions while maintaining transparency and public safety. But there are technical limitations to this format that we must collectively manage, particularly with respect to the presentation of new evidence during a hearing, the ability for applicants and objectors to resolve objections or amend proposals during the hearing, and the participation of large numbers of people. As a result, any material to be presented to the board, whether by applicants or members of the public, was required to be submitted in advance of the meeting. And in addition, everyone wishing to testify at today's hearing, whether on behalf of an applicant or in opposition, was required to register before today's meeting. For those who do not regularly appear before the board, I will go over a few things for those of you participating in the meeting. Number one, we are operating under the emergency rules. So for all applicants, objectors, and their attorneys, if you do not send us your exhibits by the cutoff date and time, you will not be able to reference them. Number two, all applicants will be listed as attendees within the Zoom meeting until your matter is called. At that time, we will transfer you to a panelist. There will be a short switchover where you will lose the feed. So don't be surprised by that, and we'll make sure that we find you. Number three, once you are set as a panelist, please present your case. Board staff will be presenting the PowerPoint exhibits for everyone as we normally do, so you will not need to manage sharing your screen. Number four, please be mindful of background noise, and please always have yourself muted when you are not speaking at all times, and that includes right now. Number five, in addition, please note that we have a court reporter preparing our record, so it is important that two people do not speak at the same time. You might see me muting someone if that happens. Number six, if you are an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream. This will cause audio interference. Let me repeat that. If and when you are an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream in tandem. Number 7, please make sure you identify yourself whenever you are speaking. This goes for all attorneys, applicants, members of the public, and board commissioners. Since all of us are remote, we and our court reporters cannot always see who is talking at any given time. I will also be administering oaths for each witness individually to accommodate for that. Number 8, if an applicant or anyone in opposition to the application has any technical issues presenting their case and is unable to proceed, we will attempt to continue the matter until the end of the call to create time to resolve the issues. If unsuccessful, we will continue the matter until a subsequent hearing. Number 9, after your matter or matters are concluded, please leave the Zoom meeting. If you are interested in continuing to watch our meeting, which I hope you are, I encourage you to watch the live stream, which is accessible from our website. 4th, and bear with me, we're almost there. I'd like everyone to know, especially those that frequently appear before the board, that we've made changes to the proposed finding of fact forms and cannabis community meeting affidavits. As a relatively new chairman, I have the goal of making the board more efficient and modern where appropriate. These changes will be the first of more to come. The revised forms are available on the board's website, and we expect these forms to be used going forward. Some of the changes to the forms are just to streamline. For instance, now that the forms are due to the board earlier in the process, you don't know your calendar number or hearing date at the time they're submitted. So we've removed those sections. We've also added some lines into our cannabis findings of fact form that reference our COVID-19 supplemental community meeting rule. The bigger changes are as follows. And this will be the last month that we go over these changes because there will be a lag with them being in front of us to review. First, the forms are now gender neutral, as are the form affidavits. However, please make sure that you continue to have individuals fill out the form affidavits. Second, for variations, we've created an economic analysis form that developers will need to fill out. Third, for cannabis meeting affidavits, we've clarified that we require both the notice of publication and the certificate of publication. This means we want both a copy of the published notice and the certificate of publication of the notice from the newspaper. Previously, we just stated that we wanted proof of publication, which led to some of you providing various items. But what we want is the actual certificate of publication. That is the affidavit from the newspaper stating that it was published. We've allowed a slight grace period with respect to the old forms. However, I want everyone to note that for any matter filed on or after May 1st, 2021, we won't accept the old forms. Let me repeat that. For any matter filed on or after May 1st, 2021, we simply won't accept the old forms. You'll need to use the new forms. With that, I'd like to call this virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. I will take a roll call vote to establish quorum. Commissioners, after I call your name and you state that you are present, please verify that you can hear and see me. All right, Commissioner Saul.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Great. Commissioner Sanchez.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposito.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Commissioner Toya.
Present, and I can hear and see you as well.
Fabulous. So I am present. Quorum is established. The meetings of the March 19th, 2021 meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Great. I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Great. Agenda is approved. Now we're going to take continuances and withdrawals. I understand we have some that are happening. So what we will do is I'll go down the list of the continuances or withdrawals that I've been informed of, and then we'll give everyone a chance to speak up if there are additional. So the first one on my list is anyone here on behalf of matter 131-21-F at East or at 2247 East 73rd. All right, let's see. I think the alderman's here to continue. And maybe on mute. Alderman Mitchell, are you here?
Yes, I'm fine, yes. Good morning.
Hey,
everyone.
Alderman, how are you?
Good morning.
Morning. So we're addressing the potential continuance for the matter on 73rd Street.
Yes. Yeah, requesting a continuance. This was not brought to the community, didn't know anything about it. So asking for a continuance so we can.
Yep, perfect. Cool. Well, thank you for coming and requesting, and we are going to continue this matter 131-21-S to our June meeting, as we will be doing today, which is going to be on Friday, June 18th, 2021. So thank you, Alderman.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next up, is anyone present for 138-21-S? This is at 2806 West 63rd. All right, we're going to circle back.
I'm here. Hello.
Oh, great. Hi,
Sorry.
Counselor. So you're
Hi.
138-21-S?
Yes, good morning, Mr.
Morning.
Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I am the current attorney of record for item number 138-21-S. I would like to advise the chair, as well as the other members of the board, that we are actually withdrawing as counsel from this case. Pursuant to my professional duties, I am, however, going to leave the application open in order to allow for the applicant to proceed pro se if he decides to do such. So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that you continue the matter for maybe 2 months to allow him some time. And then as well, pursuant to our withdrawal as counsel, I would like to please respectfully just withdraw the findings of fact.
Yep.
Those are work product, but the application can remain active.
Okay, great. Yep, noted. And so the applicant for the matter, which is 138-21-S, should be on notice that we will continue this until June 18th, 2021, and we'll need a new amended findings of fact from him or her. Okay, great.
Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you, Counselor. Okay, next up, 144-21-S, which is 11,500 South Halsted Street. Oh, this is Nick. Yeah, oh, there you are. Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yeah.
Again, Nicholas Fatikas on behalf of the applicant. My understanding was there were a few open items that were addressed yesterday with the Department of Planning and Development. So my understanding as we ended the day yesterday was that this project was still moving forward. So if we could just have time to reconnect with DPD, I would respectfully just ask to do that. If we don't resolve the issue, then we'll ask for a continuance when it's called up.
Okay. Okay. Okay, we can do that. Yep. So
We'll reconnect with DPD now.
yeah, and then I'm going to note that it very possibly might be continued. That's fine.
Thank you.
Yep. Cool. Thanks, Counselor. Okay, next up, 149-21-S and 150-21-Z. Is anyone present? It's at 755 West Lawrence Avenue. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and continue this one, seeing that it's already been continued due to plans. So,
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm here. Agnes
oh, hi.
Pleca.
Yep, hi, Counselor. How are you?
Good morning, Agnes Pleca, attorney for the applicant. Yes, we received some comments. The applicant has received some comments from the Department of Planning, and he is working on revisions to the plan. So we are asking for a continuance. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yep. So this is matter 149-21-S and 150-21-Z. Both calendar numbers will be continued until June 18th, 2021.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, is anyone here for the matter 183-21-Z? Which is at 9001 South Halsted Street. It's Exquisite Concepts Meeting Event Center.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Kareem Musawir.
Hey, Kareem. Morning. So are you, I know you're not the applicant, you're just expert on this one?
I'm the expert on this one. Attorney Powell's on a call right now.
Okay.
And he's here with me in another room. Is there an issue there?
Yeah, okay, so we're going to be continuing this matter for a few notes we made while we were going through the application. We're continuing this on the board's own motion due to an insufficient findings of fact. We need counsel to provide new findings of fact using the board's new forms that provide photographs of the block, a reasonable return analysis, answers to the criteria that are helpful and specific to us in how we review. It's generally not a case about setbacks, and some of the responses made it seem as such. And it's not a case about zoning of the site. It's a case about the PPA. The reason that the client is before the board is because the property is within 125 feet of a residential district. Therefore, we need counsel to show the board what exactly the hardship is. And to do that, they need to tell us what the client is doing at that site that requires the PPA and how. And if the PPA is not granted, how that creates a hardship. So this is kind of a unilateral continuance, and we can send you more more information by email, but we just don't have enough to go on this one today.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you. So for calendar number 183-21-Z.
So what day will it be continued to, sir?
Yeah, so we'll be continuing this matter to June 18th, 2021. Okay, next up, 437-20-S and 438-21-S.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Charlotte Huffman on behalf of the applicant Canopy Growth. I know this has been continued a few times, but we're requesting one final continuance. We're still working with DPD on our latest revised plans, which we just are submitting today. So if we could continue to June, that would be great, and we can finally present it then.
So we think we have a problem here, Charlotte, with so many changes that it needs to be renoticed,
Okay.
just because it's been going on for a while. So
Sure.
if you could work with our wait 1 second. I'm hearing some feedback about my notes. Give me a second. Oh, I see what happened. Sorry, Charlotte. I was calling 437-20-S. And it's very confusing. You're 37-21-S. So
Yes.
sorry about that. Let's go to yours though, because I know there's a continuance up for this one. Very confusing numbers issues. So we're going to move ahead to 37-21-S and 38-21-S. And yeah, with this one, we know that there's some environmental issues going on, and we'll be happy to continue this until June 18, 2021.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so just to circle back, is anyone present here for 437-20-S and 438-21-S? Okay, so on this one, we're gonna be getting in touch with the applicant and applicant's counsel. This matter 437, just to say it a little more clearly, and 438, it must be withdrawn and refiled because the applicant has changed the plans too many times and there's just not sufficient notice. So again, 437-20-S and 438-21-S will be withdrawn and needs to be refiled. Okay, next up, matter 46-21-S. At 7201 North Clark Street. Okay, so for calendar number 46-21-S, if no one's here for it, we will just announce that this application must be withdrawn as the plan examiner missed part of the site. It's zoned residential and therefore a special use is not allowed, so that the site will need to be rezoned. And again, this is 46-21-S.
Chairman, this is Kamal.
Yeah.
Maybe you can announce that when you're seeing these case numbers, if anyone is here for them, if they can virtually raise their hand. Because there's some names we don't recognize, so if they are here for these, they can virtually.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Kamal. I can do that. They should know. This shouldn't be first news. So we can call it when it comes up again, but nothing will change on that. Okay, any other requests for continuances or withdrawals?
Mr. Chairman.
Hey, Paul.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, I texted Victor regarding case number 33-21-S on the top of page 14.
Yep.
We were informed, yes, we thought we had a site plan that was worked out. We were informed yesterday that there's still some outstanding issues, so we would request a continuance.
Okay, great. We are continuing everything into June. So this matter 33-21-S, we'll hear it then on June 18th, 2021.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
Yep, thank you, thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Okay, any others? Okay. Sounds like none. So let's go ahead and get started. So I think I have it correctly that we're going to be hearing matter number 186-21-C first because of a religious conflict, with today being the Jewish Sabbath. So if anyone is present for 186, I see that Councilor Patrick Turner. This would be your time.
Hello?
Hey, are you, okay, you're applicant for 186?
Yes.
Great, thank you, Paul. Do you know if your attorney is here?
I'm sorry, the line broke up. Do you mind repeating that one more time?
Yeah, is your attorney here?
I believe so. Patrick Turner, are you here?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. Patrick Turner, morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Morning.
My name is Patrick Turner with offices at 33 North LaSalle Street. I represent the applicant 3333 Lincoln LLC, which owns the subject property at 3333 North Lincoln. Let's just make sure we've got Mr. Sutton is with us, Hemel Pruitt, our architect, is with us, and then hopefully Tyler Weeks, our one of our principals and licensed real estate broker, hopefully is with us as well. Well, in any event, Mr. Chairman, thank you for accommodating us, first of all. So if I may proceed with my presentation, in 2020,
And Patrick, real quick, I don't mean to shut you off or cut you off. I'm just giving another reminder. We're doing very fast versions today because of the crazy amount of cases we have.
okay, I will try to streamline as best I can.
Great.
So in 2020, the applicant filed a map amendment application to rezone the subject property from a B1-2 classification to a B1-3 classification to increase the maximum floor area ratio for the proposed addition and to reduce the minimum off-street auto parking by 100% as a transit-served location. The applicant worked with the West Lakeview neighbors and the Lakeview Chamber of Commerce, as well as Alderman Martin's office, and revised plans and revisions to the project were made to address their concerns. And a map amendment ordinance was approved by the Chicago City Council on December 16, 2020. The subject property is located on essentially what is a through lot as it extends from Lincoln to Marshfield, which makes development challenging to say the least. The applicant is now seeking a variation to reduce the rear setback on the Marshfield Avenue side from the required 30 feet to 0.67 feet in order to erect 3- and 4-story additions with a rooftop stairway enclosure to the existing 3-story multi-use building, which will house both retail and residential uses. The existing 2 dwelling units will be converted to 8 dwelling units in the transit-served location. Alderman Martin's office is in support of the requested variation. And today with me is one of the principals, Saul Sutton, one of the principals of the applicant, Hemel Pruitt, the architect on the project, and hopefully Tyler Weeks is with us, who is a licensed real estate broker and is also a 10% stakeholder. At this point, I would like to call Mr. Sutton as my first witness. And can I have the witnesses sworn in, Mr. Chairman?
Of course. Mr. Sutton, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Saul Sutton, 22 Stuyvesant Place, Long Branch, New Jersey, 07740.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sutton, you are a manager of the applicant, is that correct?
Yes.
And the property was recently rezoned, as I stated, from B1-2 to B1-3, is that correct?
Yes.
And the plan is to construct 3-story additions, a third 3-story addition with rooftop stairway enclosure to the existing 3-story multi-use building and to convert the 2 existing dwelling units into 8 dwelling units, is that correct?
Yes.
And the applicant is seeking a variation to reduce the rear setback on the Marshfield Avenue side from the required 30 feet to 0.67 feet in order to erect those additions. Is that correct?
Yes.
And for all intents and purposes, the subject property is a through lot extending from Lincoln to Marshfield with no alley. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then enforcing the setback requirements on the Marshfield Avenue side would severely impact any mixed-use development on the subject property, as it would require a minimum rear setback of 30 feet for floors containing dwelling units. Is that correct?
yes,
This would essentially prohibit any dwelling units above the first floor on the Marshfield side, correct?
yes,
In other words, the only development allowed on the Marshfield side would be a commercial development. Is that correct?
yes, yes,
So not only is the property a through lot, but is also an irregular shaped lot, making it challenging to design any development in compliance with the rear setback requirements. Is that correct?
yes,
These unique conditions make any development on the property challenging, if not impossible, without zoning relief. Is that correct?
yes,
And then you previously worked with the West Lakeview Neighbors and the Lakeview Chamber of Commerce, as well as Alderman Martin's office, in connection with the previous map amendment application, and made several revisions to the project and plans to address their concerns. Is that true?
yes,
And strict compliance with the code in this case would severely limit the development options for this property. Is that correct?
yes,
And the proposed mixed-use transit-served development would fit in well with the neighborhood and will preserve many of the historic characteristics of the existing building. Is that true?
yes,
And that these practical difficulties and particular hardships are due to unique circumstances, which are the through lot characteristics of the property, as well as the irregular shaped lot, and are generally not applicable to other similarly situated properties. Would you agree with that?
yes,
And these practical difficulties and particular hardships have not been created by the applicant or any person presently having an interest in the property, as the lot was created when the subdivision was plotted many years ago. Is that true?
yes,
And the purpose of the requested variation is not based exclusively upon a desire to make more money out of the project. Is that true?
that is correct. The project would not be feasible based on the current zoning.
Counselor, I just want to, Counselor, this is the chairman. I just want to cut in because and this is great. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to cut anyone off, but when we say streamline, I mean, I think we can have the applicant swear to his affidavit instead of just running through, what the board's already reviewed. And you can share anything that you think is outside of what we reviewed in writing.
Fair enough, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Sutton, you had prepared and submitted an affidavit summarizing your findings and conclusions. Is that true?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify here this morning, you would do so in compliance and as stated in that affidavit. Is that true?
yes.
Mr. Chairman, the members of the board, I have no further questions for Mr. Sutton. I'd welcome any questions by the board.
Great. Any questions from the board? Counselor, do you have other witnesses? Counselor, real quick, did you have other witnesses that you want to get on? This one might be a little bit straightforward, so.
Yeah, the architect to go through some of the other items, but again, we could streamline this and stand on our affidavits, Mr. Chairman, but I would like for the record just to have Mr. Pruitt, the architect, and Mr. Weeks, the licensed real estate broker, go through some of the key items.
Yeah, if we could at least get them sworn in, but then, if they just, talk about any key items pretty quickly that we haven't already read. So maybe let's get them sworn in. So Mr. Pruitt, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you. And will you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Hamul Purohit. My address is 251 Bradwell Road, Inverness, Illinois 60010.
Perfect, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. And is Mr. Weeks there as well?
Yeah, I'm here.
Great, Mr. Weeks, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Tyler Weeks, 225 North Columbus, apartment 2105, Chicago, Illinois, 60601.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, I'd like to call our second witness, Mr. Pruitt. Hemel, could you, you've already stated your name and address for the record, but you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
And you are the architect for the subject project, is that true?
Yes, it is true.
And you heard the testimony of Mr. Sutton. Would you agree with all the statements that Mr. Sutton had made previously?
Yes, I do.
In your professional opinion, Hemel, strict compliance with the regulations and standards of the zoning ordinance would create practical difficulties and hardships for any proposed mixed-use developments, since the through lot characteristic of this project make it difficult, if not impossible, to comply with the rear setback requirement. Is that true?
Yes, that is true.
And in your professional opinion, the requested variation is consistent with the stated purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance, which seeks to promote developments that are consistent with and embrace the existing patterns of improvements in the area in which they are located. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
And you believe that the proposed mixed-use transit-served development will fit well with the neighborhood and will preserve many of the historic characteristics of the existing building?
Yes, it would.
And in your professional opinion, the variation, if granted, will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood?
It would not, yes.
And Counselor, sorry, Counselor, I got to cut you off again because I think we've fallen into the same exact pattern. If you could have your experts swear to their affidavits, and maybe this is setting the tone for the rest of the
Again, I apologize. I just wanted to go over the highlights. So,
Got
Mr. Wood, you have prepared an affidavit and submitted that affidavit in support of this application. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify here this morning, you would do so consistent with the findings and conclusions of that affidavit. Is that true?
Yes, that is true.
I have no further questions for Mr. Pruitt. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'd welcome any questions.
Thank you.
I think no questions at this time. If we get Mr. Weeks to swear to any affidavit, I think we're good.
So, Mr. Weeks, you had also submitted and signed an affidavit in support of this application. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you are in agreement with all the statements and conclusions and findings of the other witnesses that you heard this morning. Is that true?
Yep.
And if you were to continue to testify, you would do so consistent with your affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, again, I would welcome any comments or questions from the board.
Perfect. Real quick, Alderman Burnett, are you on? I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make a comment, but not in reference to this development. So I can wait till you're done with this. So I just want to make a comment real quick because I won't be able to stay on here all day like I usually do.
Yeah, oh, that's a disappointment to us. Okay, let me finish this one up and I'll circle back to you right after this matter.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, any questions from the board? Sounds like none, so we'll take this under consideration. Thank you so much, everyone, for the time. And Patrick, thanks for letting me kind of set the tone on the day with this one.
Yes, glad to streamline. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and thank you for accommodating us this morning.
Yep, have a good one.
You too.
Okay, Alderman Burnett, if you're still there, this would be a great time.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it, Commissioner. I'm just, excuse me, in another meeting with the mayor's office. I just want to make reference to the Elizabeth property.
Yes.
First of all, I'd just like to thank you very much for sending the residents and the developer back to the table. I think that was very helpful. I really appreciate that. It seemed like they made some resolutions, you know, in these things, you never get to make everyone happy. But to me, it seemed like for the most part, they came out with some good agreements. Now, I haven't spoke to anyone from the group in a day or so. So I don't know if anything changed, but for the most part, I think they have moved in the right direction. So I just want to say thank you. Thank the developer for what he have done. And if there's anything else that he need to do, I appreciate it if they will work with the community. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Appreciate
that's great. Yeah, thank you, Alderman. And for everyone, just to, so that we circle back to it, this is Elizabeth, which is 60-21-Z. And Alderman, when it comes back up, I'll note this because I do know we still will have some objectors in front of us on this one. So I'll note this and we'll kind of go run questions on the spirit of your comments. So
thank you guys for listening to the community. Appreciate
perfect.
you.
Thank you. Okay, great. Let's go to regular order. So right now we're going to go to the first on the agenda, which is 129-21-S. And that's Amanda Hatcher, Visions to Reality Beauty Supply Bar at 7201 South Vincennes Avenue. And while the applicant is getting prepared, I'm going to quick read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. So Amanda, are you present?
She's, Mr. Chairman, yes, I'm present. The applicant is online. I'm thinking she's having a problem muting herself.
Okay,
Hi, I'm here.
There
oh,
she is.
great. I see you. Okay, Amanda, will you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Amanda Hatcher, and my address is 3436 West 85th Place, Chicago, Illinois, 60652.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell us the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes,
Thank you very much. So what brings you here today?
I'm here. Well, my name is Amanda Hatcher. I'm the founder of Vision to Reality Supply Bar on 7201 South Vincennes. I am here today representing myself as a special use application and establishment of a hair salon with a retail of a beauty supply store within 1,000 feet of an existing personal use of a B3 community shopping district.
Okay, great. And can you just tell us a little bit about the business you're trying to open, about how your salon will function, how many employees, how many stations, things like that?
Yes, I have currently started off, growing up, I used to see a lot of people get bullied. So by me trying to help others, and my mama was diagnosed with cancer, stage 3, and by the chemo taking her through a lot of stages of beauty, took away a lot of her hair and made her lose a lot of weight. So I wanted to try to open up a hair salon / beauty supply store that would sell custom hair pieces for people that have hair problems, which is such as cancer, lupus, or alopecia. And they can come to my location to pick up hair pieces, hair wigs, and I can custom make them. And I will have 7 people inside the salon that have license as a hair salon, as a beautician and a barber.
Oh, it's amazing. So the business kind of combines
Yes,
combines cutting hair with providing wigs and such.
yes. So it's a split shop. So one side is the hair salon, and then the other side is the beauty supply store. But inside the beauty supply store, it doesn't look like a regular beauty supply store. It will have custom wigs and hair pieces already laid out. So if they want to come in and buy one, they can. And then I would have hair supplies inside as well. So they need the supplies. And if they want to walk over to the other side and get booked with a hair salon, with a hairstylist or a barber to get them installed on them, they can do so as well.
That's great. And real quick, just what's your experience in the industry?
I took cosmetology school back in high school, so I kind of know the history of it and the do's and don'ts of cosmetology. So my mama started off with me as showing me doing my hair and doing my sister hair. So when I was raised, I used to do all type of hairstyles inside of Barbie on my Barbie dolls, and it helped me understand the different looks you can give somebody with wigs, hair pieces, braids, or whatever. And that facts matter. So that's how I became to want to help somebody else.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Nope, I'm just here to present myself.
And I guess one question, Amanda, just to confirm, will you only hire licensed cosmetologists?
Of course, that was a big factor when I was in cosmetology school. You have to get your license in order to even do hair, because you can get fined.
Okay. Okay, great. All right.
And if you can see on the picture, I also ordered dividers to separate every hairstylist and every barber. So it will be a divider between everybody so it can stay 6 feet. I also have hand sanitizer, gloves, and masks inside the location.
Okay, great. Yeah, and what are your hours going to be?
My hours would be Tuesday through Sunday, closed on Monday. And for the hours, my hours are 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Perfect. All right. Maybe I know you have an expert here. So maybe since it's the first one, if we can get Kareem sworn in, and then Kareem, anything you want to mention before we close this one out?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It's Kareem Musawwir. My address is 221 North LaSalle Street, Chicago. I worked with Amanda and her mother in establishing this or processing this application. Mom and daughter are very involved with this. I believe that they're together would be a good business operation.
Kareem, sorry to cut you off. Can I just swear you in really quickly? Do you swear to affirm or tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Perfect. You're sworn in for the day then. Okay, keep going.
But it meets the criteria for special use in that it's located in a B3 district. There is another personal service use about 2 blocks away, but this is in a predominantly residential. It's a mixed use area, and there are no other businesses in within the block of this operation. So she's got plenty of on-street parking available, and she enjoys the support of the alderman and the community.
That's great. Okay, awesome. Before we close this one out, any questions from the board? Sounds like none. Amanda, so thank you for coming today and presenting, and good luck with everything.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Great. Let's move right along. Next matter up is 130-21-S at 1249 East 87th Street. I'm going to quick read the department's recommendation as everyone gets situated. So for calendar number 130-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish an outdoor patio expansion of a tavern, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Darren's LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated April 9th, 2021, prepared by the Civic Architectural Group, Incorporated. So Mr. Sutton, when you're available, let us know.
I am here.
Great. Mr. Sutton, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Darren Sutton, 19867 South Edinburgh, Frankfort, Illinois, 60423.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. What brings you here today, Mr. Sutton?
I am seeking a special use for a patio that I have already built due to being granted a building permit, and would just like to get a special use for it.
Okay. And just to get a little bit of history, so is it correct that the patio is already created because it was used during the COVID-19 pandemic?
No, I started building it when I was shut down during the pandemic. I received a permit from the building department and I started building it. During the pandemic, once it was completed, I went to get a final inspection from the building department and was told at that time that I needed a special use and my patio license was revoked.
Okay, so the revocation of the permit was because you hadn't gotten a special use, is that correct?
I believe that was part of it. It was because I hadn't got a special use and they had incorrectly issued me a building permit without me going through. They had gave me one and said all the steps to get it wasn't followed, but they granted it.
Okay, and Mr. Sutton, can you just tell us a little bit about any discussions you've had with the community or alderman's office? Because I know we have a letter in opposition from Alderman Michelle Harris. So just to get a little bit of background on that.
Well, I have, in the 6 years of operating, I have never had any issues or meetings with the police or the alderman's office involving any complaints. I've never been called to her office or to the police commander. So I'm not quite sure. Basically, I was informed that she thought that it may create violence because there's so much violence on the South Side. And I just tried to explain that, you know, we can't not do something on the perceived threat, especially in a pandemic when I'm closed.
Yeah, okay, and on that, I just want to, is anyone here from the alderman's office? If you're here, just raise your hand. Okay, Mr. Sutton, you know, looks like nobody. So if you could just tell us a little bit more, because there is the aldermanic element to this, about how you plan to operate the back patio, like how many people will be on it, if there will be music, things like that.
I'm hoping that it will be about 40 people. There will be lightly played music. I own another business, which is a carry-out restaurant that's like 75 feet away from the patio. So it will be a feeder for both businesses. I just think that the people in the community deserve an opportunity to be able to eat outside and not have to travel to downtown or Bucktown to eat and have a beverage outside.
Yeah, okay, and are you, is it right to say you're pretty close to residential homes?
Yes, I am close to residential homes, but I built up a 7-foot wall around the patio. So from the outside, it will contain noise and no one driving by will be able to see any activity on it.
And what would your like intended hours for this patio be?
I believe the city only allows patios to operate until 11 or 11:30. And at that time, it would be closed down. It is vitally important as you know, due to the pandemic, and to be able to operate outside, people are still not comfortable going inside. There are still reduced hours, and it's just a lifesaver for me.
Yep.
And it would be a destroyer to have spent $50,000 to build a patio and not have an opportunity to use it. I don't know what I would do with the structure.
Yep. Okay, other questions from the board?
Good morning, this is Jolene Saul. Did you speak to any of your neighbors, particularly the residential neighbors, about the expansion outside?
Yes, I have gotten no complaints from any neighbors at all in the past 6 years. I would say 20 to 30% of my traffic comes from the neighborhood, which is within walking distance. So I have yet in the 6 years to get any written complaints or anyone coming to me saying they have an issue with my tavern or the patio.
Thank you.
This is Rick Esposito. Are there any similar businesses nearby that also have patios or are constructing patios?
Yes, there are at least 4 lounges within a mile that have patios or are constructing patios. I too am a little confused as to why I seem to be singled out. I'm almost certain, and the records will show that out of the 4 businesses that have them, I have probably received the least amount of complaints from either the community or the police.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Sutton, just as a heads up, because sometimes these rules are ever changing, as you know, as a bar owner, it sounds like there is no music allowed on patios. So that's just a note going forward.
Okay. That would not be an issue. I think just being able to eat outside in the fresh air, not have to travel for the same opportunity, and still in this pandemic, that customers will just feel safer eating outside and drinking would be great for business. Right now, with the limited hours and space and with the weather warming, I think we all would choose to be outside.
Yep. And Mr. Sutton, really quick, because one of the community letter in opposition noted a trash issue with garbage and debris. Can you just talk a little bit about how you handle that and maybe how you can improve it going forward?
Well, the way I handle it is each night we have someone to clean up when the people leave the bar. The trash may have picked up over the winter because, as I stated, I opened a carryout less than 100 miles away that we basically share the property line and value. So due to the weather, sometimes when the snow melts, you see more trash than normal. But what we do and what we've been doing now is each and every night, we send someone outside to pick up. If that person is not available or does not come in that day, I myself personally at 10 will do it the next following morning.
Okay. Yeah. Depending on how this one pans out, just as we now have letters on the record about garbage in cars, maybe, again, depending how it pans out, maybe that can be evolved, like the trash process, if you would.
Yes, that's not a problem. I'm a little concerned that there is some opposition because I've been there 6 years and it's been the same trash and the same cars, and yet the alderman or the police commander has never called any meetings. It is my understanding, unfortunately, that sometimes when the alderman's office goes out to the community to speak to them, people tend to do what the alderman requests because they're the alderman. So I'm just a little concerned that these issues of trash and noise has never been raised in the 6 years that I've been there.
Yep. Okay. Any other questions from the board? And Mr. Sutton, sorry, I skipped this. You have an expert with you, Mr. Ole?
Yes.
Chairman, I actually have a question before you move on.
Absolutely.
Sir, the people that are picking up garbage for you, are those employees of yours or is that a hired service?
That is an employee.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, Mr. Ole, if you're there, can you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Jim Oley, My address is 15751 Suite 1N, Orland Park, Illinois, 60462.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Oley, anything else you want to add?
Well, it's, we have added a sound buffer of Coniferous Street. I think by and large, Darren answered wonderfully the questions that you asked. So I don't know that I have that much more other than the issue of the trash. And for that, we had proposed to Darren a trash container surround, just to neaten the property up a little bit. And of course, that'd be addressed right off the alley. So we'd be building a structure around the trash container to keep garbage from filtering out onto the street. With regard to traffic, there is no traffic that can really access the neighborhood. But most of the traffic is approached from 87th Street, and as Darren pointed out, a lot of his clientele are walk-ins from the community.
Okay, great. Someone has their hand raised, so I just want to give them a chance to see who it is in case it's someone from the alderman's office. Can we? Yeah.
Chairman, it's Steve Valenziano from the Department of Planning and Development. And I believe the alderman has been trying to get on the call. I don't know if you want to take her, but I would just say that I know that this property is really kind of unmaintained at the rear and the parking lot to the west of it. But if the board were to approve this, I would further recommend that the property be completely.
I gotta swear.
I'm sorry.
Will you state your name and address for the record?
Excuse me?
Will you state your name and address for the record?
Steve Valenziano, Department of Planning and Development.
Perfect. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And I'm just representing is if the board is to approve this, the department would recommend further that the property, the 50-foot lot, be completely fenced with a 6-foot tall board-on-board fence along Kimbark, along the alley, and along the west side of the property to further maintain the property and to help to secure or keep sound and debris on the property rather than allowing it to, go off into the alley and the street. Beyond that, like I said, I think the alderman has been trying to get on this call. So I don't know if she's on now or not.
Okay. Let's see. Alderman Harris, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, great. There you are.
Hi.
Hey, good morning. Alderman, do you swear to affirm or tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. So as an update, we're midway on this case at 1249 East 87th Street, and we know we have a letter from you. So feel free to speak on its behalf.
So this summer, the applicant during the COVID process alluded that me and the city were trying to keep him from opening. Well, we've been shut down because of COVID. It's been not much that I could do about whatever the state decides to do, and whatever the city decides to do is in terms of keeping businesses open. And it's just been a problem across the city. As that process unfolded, it made me have to do a community process to find out what the community was thinking. So we walked the block, particularly the block around where it's located. And without being prompted, all we asked was, do you support them expanding their location. No prompting. We didn't have to prompt. People were very honest with us about what they wanted. And so the community, and particularly that block, which is a one-way street going south, is not just, they don't want additional traffic. They don't want additional people. It's less than, if the width of the alley is about 50 feet, I would imagine probably not even that much. You have a house right behind it where you have now taken activity outside and from inside and put it outside, right on top of this lady's house. She's utterly opposed to it because her house sits right behind the enclosed deck that they created. And so as the alderman, I'm put in a position where I have to do what the community says. And sometimes that doesn't make me very popular with the business community because the residents are there 24 hours a day. They don't go away. So I'm not interested in putting any additional burdens on the community after they've been very vocal about how they feel about having the additional people. And because, and here's what I said, there's been no real improvements to the lot. The lot's unpaved. And not that I don't think that Darren owns it. And I want to put that out there. But there's been no major improvements to the lots, no fencing off of the areas, DPD said. And those are things that generally I can sell to my community. Look at all the wonderful improvements they made and blah, blah, blah. But it's hard for me to do that when the businesses don't give me a lot to work with. And so having said that, I'm not trying to close Darren's down. I don't drink, I don't party, but I feel the need that we should have variety in our community, and for people that want to do those activities should have access to them. I just don't want things to be rammed down the community's throat when they are opposed to it. And that's the position I've been put in, is because the community doesn't support it.
Okay, yeah, and Alderman, right before you hopped on, Steve Lenziano with the Department of Planning and Development brought up a potential, like there could be room for some sort of compromise if this patio was to be fully enclosed. I understand there's gaps, and fully enclosed with a, making sure the fence is 6 feet. There's no music allowed on patios in the city of Chicago. So do you think there's a way to just strengthen the enclosure since it already exists?
Well, here's what I'll say as the alderman. While there's no music in it on the patio, I have no way to legislate that as the alderman, and neither does the city. And so if there's music out there, I'm going to hear from the residents. I'm not going to hear from the patrons of the lounge. And so I just am not, as the alderman, willing to take a chance on allowing something to go up and saying compromise when the community is saying they don't want it. So I'm in a different position. Compromise should always happen before you get out there and you do something. So most businesses, if they're gonna do this, they're gonna say, hey, Alderman, what do you think? And then I say, well, hey, let's talk to the residents, let's do blah, blah, blah. But when you get ahead of me in the process, you create it, and then the community's like, well, they're building this so-and-so and so-and-so. And I was like, no, I don't think so. But I'm in you got the cart before the horse. So now as the alderman, I'm just in a position where I can't really compromise because the community is saying they don't want it.
Okay. And with that, Steve, if you're still on, it would be helpful for me if you could talk a little bit about, just hash out a little more what went wrong in the permitting process, because I understand Darren's got a permit, but it was revoked because there was no special use, so it wasn't really allowed. But if you could clarify that a bit.
So as far as I can tell, the patio went through the easy permit process. So for things like decks and fences, you can go through this permit process. It doesn't necessarily, and most times does not get sent for a zoning review. And that's what happened here. And so as far as I understand, the deck with the fence around the deck was approved as an easy permit. And then when the inspector went out to inspect the work, they saw that it was a tavern, and somebody said, well, now you've expanded a tavern. You can't expand the tavern in this district without a special use. So an outdoor patio is considered an expansion of a tavern. That being said, the outdoor tavern license does have, or the outdoor patio license for a tavern has more restrictive hours than the tavern itself. It goes to 11 p.m. There is no outdoor entertainment or music allowed. The alderman is correct that it is up to then the tavern owner, or the business owner, or the neighbors to, well, the license will say that it's up to the licensee to monitor noise levels and everything coming from the patio and to make changes if necessary. However, a lot of times it's the neighbors that have to do that. And then it's because it's after hours and everything else, it can cause problems for the alderman and the community. So that being said, you know, like I said, if the property itself is kind of unfinished as far as along the alley and along the street, there's no other requirement. But if the board were to approve this, then I would say that they should further fence this to help mitigate the noise levels. And also just the view of the area. And when they would enter into an outdoor patio license, it could be a requirement that they also enter into a plan of operation. And if they violate that plan of operation, then the license can be revoked. I mean, you know, I don't know if these are things that the board is comfortable with, or the community or the aldermen are comfortable with, but those are just some of the options that are out there.
Okay. And to get a plan of operation, that happens before coming to us, is that right?
No, they would come to you to get this approval so that they can have their outdoor patio. And then when they go back to licensing to actually get the license, they would have to enter into that plan of operation. So, I mean, typically you'd like to know what that is before you would approve it. But I mean, if there are concerns, then, you know, you could place further conditions that could be included in that plan of operation, like more limiting hours of operation and so on.
Okay.
This is Zurich Esposito. I have a question. Is the alderman referenced a nearby property? Is there an alley or drive of some sort between?
Yes, there is. There's an alley right behind if we're looking at the pictures, where the deck is built, the alley is pretty close. And so it's right behind that there's a house facing Kimbark. And it runs right behind that deck, from the beginning of that deck all the way going back west. In her backyard, her bedroom windows and her garage face the rear of the property. And her front door face is on Kimbark. So there's just the alley separating the two.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Toya. Alderman, has there been any complaints, and I guess I could ask the applicant too, any complaints from neighbors about you know, liquor complaints? Has there been anything against their license? Do we know? I'm asking the applicant and the alderman that question.
Okay, so Sam, I'll start first. So there have not been, he's a small business. So he's not like the big guys that have a lot of space in there. So he's a smaller business, a smaller lounge. And it wasn't until we did the community walkthrough that we got the complaints. And what will happen in communities of color, they will suffer in silence. And so then they feel free to tell you how they feel about it once you're there knocking on the door, asking if they're okay with certain things. And they're going to be honest with me because they can be. So then they're complaining about what they're there, and I don't doubt it. I mean, I don't live on that block. I have to take their word for it. And typically, as we walked the block, the things were pretty consistent. And so I had no reason to believe that these things were not true, because if there are 25 houses on that block and 20 houses say the same thing, I have to accept that. And I particularly accept it from the houses that are surrounding or closest to the property.
Alderman, this is Zurich Esposito, could you be more specific?
So there's people are very, in our community, it's parking is a big deal. Parking in front of your house is a big deal. So when there's activities, there's excessive cars parking in front of people's houses. And then of course there's people dropping trash. And so when he does have big events, we get the complaints about the trash and the number of cars that are on the block.
Thank you.
Yes. Alderman, this is Sam Toy again. As you well know, I know your ward very well.
Yes.
And I know that you're very active in your ward, going, door to door. And, to my colleagues, it's a very kind of a bedroom community in the 8th ward. So, a lot of people you don't have, right, Alderman, you don't have a lot of rentals. It's mostly homeowners. Am I correct to say that?
In this part of the universe, this is my single family community universe.
Yeah. I knew that. I just wanted my colleagues to know that as well.
Across the street, I have Mary Nook Homeowners Association. They actually face Darren. And so because they're an organized group of thousands, they are very vocal about what they want and they don't want. And as an alderman, I'm just put in a box that once you open Pandora's box, then I have to dance to the music. It's just, it's as simple as that, that I don't have options after you get the community involved in these processes. And so I have a history and a record of not going against what the wishes of the people that live there. Like I said, these people live here. And so to my own detriment, I've turned down all kinds of projects when the community says no, that they don't want it. And I fight for the community. That's what I do. I fight for their wishes because I'm here to protect the residents of the community, but always trying to strike that balance with community. So I think that moving forward, it would be helpful if the business owner would just have create a dialogue before would tell you what to do, what the process is and everything. We're really good at that. We know what the process is. We know what you have to do. But when you get ahead of us in the process, it makes it really difficult for me to then go against the community when the business gets ahead of me in the process. It just makes it totally difficult.
Right.
Yeah,
right. And just so all my colleagues know as well, too, the alderman was the ward superintendent before she was the alderman. So she really knows every alley of her ward as well. So I just want to make sure everyone understands the alderman definitely knows the 8th ward backwards and forward. Is that fair to say, Alderman?
I know it in a more intimate way. I'll put it like that.
So I just want everyone to know how well you know this ward and the alleys of this ward. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to give the applicant a opportunity to respond to all of this, especially in regards to things brought up like the concerns with parking. So Mr. Sutton, if you're there, you have time to respond.
Well, the issue of parking has never been an issue. And again, I have to say I'm a little concerned because I've been there for 6 years. And with the relationship that the alderman says she has, I have never been called to the office for any concerns for any events. I have never had any resident go to the alderman's office, call me and say, there is an issue. I just don't understand where this is all coming from. In regards to parking, there is a lounge less than a half a mile away where the alderman granted them the right to do an outdoor patio. And that particular lounge, the alderman had to put restrictive parking in place because the lounge did so much business. She has never had to do that with my lounge, but with that lounge, she put in restrictive parking all around it because the residents complained. And even after the granting parking, restrictive parking, after the residents complained, she still allowed that lounge less than a half a mile from me to operate outdoors. So I'm not quite understanding. I've had less neighbor complaints, less police complaints than this particular lounge. And yet I have a problem after I've spent $50,000 to erect it and not given an opportunity in a pandemic to operate when the mayor has been clear wanting all businesses to operate outdoors, sidewalk cafes, patios, driveways. I'm just confused.
Yeah, and Mr. Sutton, and just to stay specific, because we're just trying to get some facts out, because we can't be there on every matter, but where exactly, when someone comes to your bar, where do they park?
They can park on the street or the land adjacent to it. It's not a paved parking lot. The landlord is vacant land, but they allow me to use it for both of my businesses for parking. So there's ample street parking on each side, as well as the space in front of the lounge.
Yep.
And this is Zurich Esposito again. Can you remind us what capacity is for your business?
My capacity is zoned for less than 100 people.
Thank you.
Okay, I know we have a lot of facts on this and a view of what's what the conversation has, or lack of conversation has been. So I just want to give the board a final opportunity to ask any questions, or else we'll move on.
If I can say a couple things here, if I
Sure.
may.
Who is this speaking, please?
Jim Oley.
Okay, yep.
Okay. The parking lot to the west is paved. It's just not striped. That's first.
It is. No, it's
Second,
gravel.
pardon me?
Well, I think
It may not.
someone's not on mute, so if you're not speaking, just please mute yourself.
Am I allowed to speak?
Yeah, Mr. Ole, you can go ahead.
Okay. And then in addition, while Darren says that the property is zoned for a population of less than 70, it's not the occupancy classification brings the numbers down to the 60s and 40s. So depending upon if you're seating or standing, I think it's actually 90 standing and 40 something sitting. It's in my report that I gave you. With regard to the rear yard situation, the closeness of the patio to the neighbor to the south, there is about a 30-foot rear yard before the patio even begins. With regard to the neighborhood discussions about complaints, I was a little confused because on the one hand, the alderman did say that they did walk down and talk to the neighbors and they were adamantly against this facility. On the other hand, she'd also talked about another organization that had thousands of members that were very vocal that said nothing. So this is what the alderman just said. So I'm a little confused about that. Now, also, I'd like to ask Darren, I think his client, one of his customers is just south of the property. Is that
If
true?
I may say, the neighbor that the alderman mentioned that said that her bedroom is closest to the alley, her husband happens to be a frequent guest of the lounge. So I don't know if that's a interturmoil thing, but I know that particular neighbor husband comes to my lounge, uses my lot, as well as a lot of the neighbors in the community. When there's a lot of snow, I shovel my lot. They park their car in there because they're unable to go down the alley. So again, I'm just confused as to this neighbor's opposition when I've been there. They drink with the place, they use my property, they eat at my restaurant less than 50 yards away. And it's never been brought to my attention, any of this.
Okay, and yeah, and that neighbor issue is above my pay grade, Mr. Sutton. So one final question, because we do need to wrap this up. But do patrons use the bar's lot that you've mentioned?
Yes, they do, especially during the winter months when the city is a little slower responding to shoveling the snow. I shovel it for my business customers and they come, they park in there and go home.
Yep. Okay. Any other questions from the board?
There was a public notice that was provided. I don't know if there was any response from the general public to the patio, but
yeah, no, I think we're good on all those facts. You know, communication between all the parties before coming to us is always helpful when there's an objector. So I think we've got enough facts out on this one. Thank you everyone for getting us those facts, explaining everything, and Alderman Harris, thank you for coming. Always good to see you.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate you.
Yep. All right, great. With that, we'll take this matter under consideration.
Thank you.
Yep.
thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. All right, moving along, a few that I think we can take relatively quickly to get our pace back. Let's go to matter 132-21-S, which is 5448 West Fullerton. And while the applicant is getting ready, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds that the hair and nail salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair and nail salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, how are you? So is this Diamara?
Yes, Diamaris.
Great. Will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Diamaris Luz Quiles. My address is 5248 West Drummond Place, Chicago, Illinois, 60639.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, great. And Ms. Quiles, do you have witnesses with you?
Yes, I believe they should be logged in.
Yeah, maybe we just get them sworn in so we can take the whole thing at once. Is there a Mr. Julio Rodriguez on the line? Or I see Mr. Estremera.
Yes.
Perfect. And Mr. Estremera, just so we have it clear on our end, are you here just in support, or what's your role?
Yeah, in support of the project and just to give context into our engagement as a CDC with Lulu's Hair Salon.
Okay, great. Then will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, my office address or my home address?
Either works for us.
Okay, Jason Estremera, 5233 West Diversey Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60659.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. Let's see if we have Mr. Julio Rodriguez. Are you there? It's okay if he's not. We will circle back and swear him in if he pops up. But Ms. Quiles, tell us what brings you here today.
Hi, I'm sorry. Good morning again. I have my children at home, so my daughter's good. Yeah, so I'm seeking a special use to establish a beauty nail salon located within 1,000 feet of an existing service located in a B3-1 community shopping district.
Perfect. And will you tell us a little bit about your business, just, the split between hair and nails, how many employees you'll have, if they'll all be licensed, kind of the operational stuff?
Yes, absolutely. So I have established my business for 9 years now, and I have purchased the building. So I will be moving my current business at 2702 North Laramie to 5448 West Fullerton Avenue. I have 4 employees, which are all licensed. I have 1 nail tech, and I will be operating within the hours, within Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Great. Are you taking COVID protocols when you open?
Yes, absolutely. So I currently have had everything measured within 6 feet from each other. So that's why I only have 4 stations. We do take less than 10 people at a time, and everything is based off of appointments.
Perfect. Questions from the board? All right, Ms. Keeley, it sounds like none. So unless you have any final words, we'll take this under consideration.
Yeah, just thank you for your time, and I'm excited to be on Fullerton Avenue and to have been able to, through these trying times, buy a building and just keep business going in our community. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Yep, thank you, and good luck. Okay, we're going to move along now to matter 133-21-Z, which is at 1617 West Irving Park. So when Counselor Dan Box is present, let us know.
I'm here, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can. Great. Dan, go right ahead.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Daniel Box, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Sunset Woods Development, LLC, Irving Park property. The applicant owns the subject property located at 1617 West Irving Park Road. The property was previously improved with a 1-story commercial building, and the applicant has now taken down the existing building and is seeking to develop the property with a new 4-story mixed-use building with retail at grade and 6 dwelling units above. The subject property is atypical in that it consists of about 1.5 zoning lots, as it measures only 36 feet wide by 125 feet deep. In order to overcome the atypical lot width, the applicant is seeking a variation to reduce the rear setbacks from 30 feet to 10 feet for the 2nd through the 4th floors, all of which will contain residential units. If this proposal and the subject variation sound familiar to some of you on the board, it is because it is. The same applicant applied for this exact same variation in order to permit this exact same proposal with the exact same plans in May of 2018 under case number 22218Z. At that time, this honorable board unanimously approved the requested variation. But due to an unforeseen delay with another different project, the applicant was unable to move forward on this proposal and the approved variation within a year of its approval by this board. And as such, the applicant is now here before you today requesting the reestablishment and reapproval of that same zoning relief. There will be 2 witnesses testifying on this matter on behalf of the applicant, Ryan Kennedy, and our project architect, John Hanna. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to call my witnesses. Ryan, please let me know whenever you're here. I think you're muted, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry about that. I don't know if you were tuning in early, but we're really setting a tone for expediting today because of everything on our book. So if you have your applicants swear to their affidavit, that's sufficient for us. And then give any information we wouldn't know from the affidavit if that exists.
Great. Ryan, having heard that, assuming you're here, if I could get you to please just state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Ryan Kennedy, 2336 Thornwood Avenue in Wilmette, Illinois, 60091.
Thanks. And Mr. Kennedy, do you swear affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, then, Mr. Chairman, I'll simply ask Ryan if it's his understanding that my office filed a witness statement on his behalf. Ryan, is that your understanding?
Yes.
And if we were to have you testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those statements provided?
Yes.
Great. I'm going to switch it over to John quickly.
I'm here.
John, could you please state your name and address for the record?
John Hanna, President of Hanna Architects, Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois, licensed architect, state of Illinois.
Thanks. Mr. Hanna, do you swear affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great, thank you.
Great. And John, you've testified in the capacity of as an architect many times before this board. Is that right?
I have.
Really, John, what I'm hoping to get from you is that because of the atypical width of the lot, it was not quite wide enough to allow for any units to be stacked side by side. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that virtually eliminated any benefit that might have been expected from having more than 25 feet of width on site. Is that right?
That is correct also.
Instead, all units had to be stacked back to back to back, correct?
Correct, back to back, yeah.
And that in turn elongated the building toward the rear of the lot.
It did.
And so necessitated the variation at issue today.
Correct.
John, is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
It's true.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those statements?
It would.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's my case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great. I'm wondering if you can go a little more in depth on the hardship. I think I get it, but from reading the application, I was trying to decipher if the hardship argument was that it's a substandard double lot, which to me, in my simple mind, would just mean an oversized single lot. So if you could address that a little bit.
Sure. I don't think you're being simple-minded, Mr. Chair. I think anybody who's looking at this would kind of have the same initial reaction that you had. Really, what the complication here is the fact that it is, because although it is a little bit wider than most lots, it's not sufficiently wide so as to allow 2 units to be stacked side by side. And as a result, it essentially, although wider than an average lot, it essentially functions as a single lot, such that we had to go backwards with the building. There was just no way that we could take advantage of the additional width to the point that we would be able to shrink the building or push the building forward. You might think of it kind of like the overhead storage bin on an airplane. Although some airlines provide wider storage bins above, sometimes that extra width is actually not really beneficial to you. It doesn't mean that you're going to be able to slide your luggage in wideways. You still have to slide it in sideways in order to make it fit. And that's kind of what we're looking at here. Having spoken to the client, the only feasible way to make this property or this project work is by establishing 6 units, at least 6 units on site. And so the only way to fit those 6 units on site was to go backwards with it. And as you might know from the current zoning, actually 11 units are permitted under this current underlying zoning. We're not looking to max out on units. We just need to get enough in order to make the project feasible and marketable.
I appreciate your airplane analogy. We don't get many good analogies here. So,
thank you.
Questions from the board? Okay, we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your time. Okay, next up is matter calendar number 134-21-Z, which I believe may be getting continued. Oh no, Dan, sorry, is this one still you?
I am going to handle this one, Mr. Chair.
Yep, you are. Okay, great. Then go right ahead.
All right, I'll do my best to streamline this one as well. Once again, Daniel Box from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Kensington Lincoln Park Building LLC. The applicant owns the property located at 2745 North Lincoln Avenue. The property was previously improved with 2 buildings, each a 1- and 2-story mixed-use building. The applicant is now in the process of taking down those buildings and developing the process with the proposed 3-story daycare facility. The subject lot measures 100 foot wide by 120 feet deep. And so although it is a wide lot, it is also substandard in depth to such an extent that it contains 500 square feet less than a standard parcel of like composition. Therefore, in order to permit the proposal, the applicant is here today seeking a variation to permit the waiver of the single 10 foot by 25 foot loading berth requirement. There will be 2 witnesses testifying today on behalf of the applicant, Charles Marlis, and our project architect, Lance Lauderdale. And I'm ready to call those witnesses, Mr. Chair.
Perfect.
Charles, when you're on the line, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Charles Marlis, 1926 North Hudson Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60614.
Thank you. Mr. Marlis, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great.
Great, Charles, and you're the managing member of Kensington Lincoln Park LLC, is that right?
That's correct.
And the subject property, and you own the subject property located at 2745 North Lincoln, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
But the subject property only measures 100 feet by 120 feet, is that correct?
It's also correct, yes.
And it is your understanding that that makes it substandard by 5 feet in depth, is that correct?
That's correct.
You believe that it's a lot substandard size together with the many other on-site parking requirements for the daycare that necessitates the waiver of the on-site loading berth requirement, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Charles, the proposed daycare will be a non-cooking facility, is that right?
That's also right, yes.
So most deliveries to the property will be small.
Yes, correct.
And even the amount of office supplies needed for the proposed daycare will only require a single delivery once a month.
That's correct, yes.
As such, deliveries to the property will only ever be made via vans and small box cars. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And as such, Charles, you have worked with your architect to establish a practical alternative to the loading berth space on site, correct?
Yes.
More specifically, there will be a parking area at the rear of the building that is large enough to accommodate all of the anticipated loading and unloading operations at the daycare, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as such, this area at the rear will operate as a functional loading zone, even if it might not satisfy the technical loading berth requirement. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And further, this delivery area at the rear will allow all deliveries to the site to be made and kept at the rear of the subject property, correct?
Yes.
So you anticipate that no deliveries will ever be made at the front of the building along Lincoln Avenue, even though you do also have 4 standing zone spaces there, which could easily accommodate deliveries.
That's correct, yes.
And based on this rear loading space arrangement, you have received a letter from Alderman Michelle Smith stating that she has no objection to your project and the subject loading berth waiver, right?
That's right.
Mr. Chairman, a copy of that letter should have been provided earlier this week, or last week.
Yep.
Charles, is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
It would, yes.
Great, thank you, Charles. I'll now move on to our project architect.
Perfect.
Lance, when you're on, please state your name and address for the record.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Lance Lauderdale, Illinois State licensed architect. I reside at 808 South Garfield Street in Hinsdale, Illinois, 60521.
Great. And Mr. Lauderdale, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Lance, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, is that right?
Yes.
You developed the program, prepared the designs for the proposed 3-story daycare facility, is that right?
Yes.
Is it your professional opinion that the subject lot substandard dimension of 120 feet, taken together with the numerous on-site parking spaces and designated drop-off space requirements, create the particular hardship in this case?
Yes, correct.
Nevertheless, Lance, as Charles just testified, you designed a program to establish an alternative, a practical alternative at the rear of the lot. Is that right?
Yes.
And that primary alternative is the parking space at the rear of the property that is sufficient to handle all anticipated deliveries, correct?
Yes, it does.
Lance, is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with those statements we provided?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that concludes our case in chief. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, great. Yeah, any questions from the board on this one?
Yeah, this is Jolene Saul. I have one. So for the space for any deliveries, are you saying that would basically be one of the drop-off parking spaces designated on the site plan?
Yeah, this is Lance, the architect. Any of the parking spots in the back could handle the deliveries that the school will need. It'll just be like a small panel van that delivers meals to the children. It's a catered facility.
Yeah, what's the, I'm sure this is in the materials, but can you refresh my memory what the parking requirement is?
Daniel, do you want me to, or?
I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
So we did receive a parking determination letter from DPD, from Patrick Murphy, that required, because we're seeking, because we'll have 26 staff members, we were told that we would need 5 parking spaces for the staff. That's a 3-to-1 ratio, divided it by 2 because it's a transit served location. So that's how they got to the 5. Additionally, they asked for 6 designated drop-off spaces, and also 4 bicycle spaces. And of course, in addition to the loading berth requirement. And of course, the loading berth requirement is what we're seeking to waive.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll take this under consideration, and enjoy your weekend. Okay, moving along to a case with objectors. This is matter number 135-21-S. I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation as everyone gets situated. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a school early learning center with up to 200 children and 28 staff, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Board of Education, City of Chicago, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated December 14, 2020, prepared by Wall and Gomez Architects, with proposed loading zoning sketch dated March 26, 2021. And Councilor Borstein, let me know when you're here, if you're taking this one.
I'm Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Scott Borstein. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. And let me quick, since there are some objectors on this case, give just a rundown on how we do it. So the applicant will be able to give their case in chief, tell us what's going on. And then we'll move, the board will ask questions, but then we'll move to the objectors, who, if there's more than one, cannot be repetitive, but we want to hear what brings them here. We'll ask the objectors questions as well, and the objectors can ask the applicant question. Then finally, we'll circle back to the applicant for somewhat of a closing and final questions. I also understand that Alderman Michelle Smith is here. So Alderman Smith, if you prefer to speak at the beginning or the end, either way works for us. Just feel free to raise your hand when you wanna say your piece. With that, Counselor, you can go right ahead.
Great, thank you. Just one point of procedure, and I really just throw this out to you. But in an effort, I know you've got a lot of cases and you want to streamline things. I mean, we are prepared. We've got lots of people here to testify, but maybe it would streamline things if we understood what the objections were first, and then we can, tailor our presentation to deal with those objections. And so I leave that to you, whatever you think is more efficient.
Yeah, if you could put on your case, but knowing that it'll come back to you, so you'll be able to address any issues then. So, maybe just a summary. I think a lot of this streamlining effort, not only with the crazy agenda we have today, it's that I'm finding that some attorneys are just reading a script, and it's not helpful because it's what we have in front of us with our findings of fact.
That's right.
So really, it's like the value add story of what's going on, but you definitely will have a chance to address the objectors.
Okay, well then I think what we'll do is we will put on our case in terms as if there weren't objectors, right? I'll just have our witnesses testify that if they were to provide additional testimony today, would be consistent with their affidavits that they filed, and then we can just open it up once we hear what the issues are. We have our traffic consultant here. We've got our network chief, from CPS. We've got a significant number of people here that are available to testify and I believe prove up our standards. So with that, let me start off. And again, my name is Scott Borstein.
Just to be clear, Scott, and this is just put on your regular case because the objectors need to hear it as well.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll go into a little more detail then. So again, Scott Borstein with the law offices of Neal and Leroy here on behalf of the Board of Education of the City of Chicago. I am joined by Ivan Hansen, who's Executive Director of Capital and Planning for CPS, Kathy Dart, who's our appraiser. We also have our traffic consultant, Justin Optis, who's here. And I mentioned we have Chief William Clay, who's Chief of Schools for Network 4, which includes this area. We have additional people from Chicago Public Schools here as well, just in case some other issue comes up that we need their testimony for. So as you mentioned, this is a proposed early learning center with 200 students located at the corner there of Lincoln and Clark. There are proposed, there's 10 classrooms with 28 staff. The project includes 10 on-site parking spaces. It's located in a B35 district, and public schools require special use to operate in that district. I would just note, again, for the board, and that if this were a private daycare operation with the same number of kids, the same number of teachers, we could do this without coming to the board for approval. So the distinguishing feature here is that it's a public school, and under our zoning ordinance, public schools are required to obtain special use. So with that, I will call our first witness, Mr. Ivan Hansen. And Ivan, when you're accessing the call, let me know and we can go into your testimony.
I'm here, Scott.
Great.
You want to? Yeah, Mr. Hansen, if you could please state your name and address for the record.
Ivan Hansen, 10824 South Avenue C, Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great.
Thank you. And Ivan, maybe just give the board just a little bit of your background, because normally we have somebody else from CPS here, but we appreciate you being here. So just tell the board your position at CPS.
Sure. I'm the Executive Director of Capital Planning and Construction at CPS. I oversee all the capital planning, design and construction at all projects at CPS.
All right. So you are involved with, I don't know, 100 or so or more projects citywide?
Yeah, currently we have about 422 projects ongoing.
Okay, very good. So in terms of this particular project, you are familiar with the affidavit, though, that was submitted by Eben Smith, correct?
I am.
Okay, and again, I'm going to ask you a few more questions, but in general, your testimony today will be consistent with the conclusions from Eben's affidavit, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And then in terms of this particular location, and I know we've got the network chief here too, but can you just talk a little bit about the process that CPS went through in order to determine how many seats were needed in this area of the city, in this north side location?
Sure. So as a CPS initiative, we have a universal pre-K across the city of Chicago. There is a need in this area for additional seats. So there is a audit conducted throughout the district in all areas to see what is needed. Once that is determined, then the locations are decided to chosen to accommodate the proximity of the schools where the seats are needed.
And in this particular location, on this north side area of Chicago, your audit determined that there were at least 360 seats needed in this area. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So, and you would say that that's a fairly large number and a strong need for free public education in this area, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. In terms of the operations here, you've seen the site plan in terms of where our proposed loading is located, correct?
Yes, I have.
All right, and you know that the majority of the loading is on Lincoln Avenue. And in addition, now we've got a few loading spots that are going to be located on Wisconsin Avenue, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and again, I know we have our traffic expert here and we can call him and probably will call him, but in terms of how it's going to operate at the school, this was determined to be the most appropriate location, the safest location for the loading and unloading for the school here, correct?
Yeah, that is correct, in consultation with Chicago's Department of Transportation.
Right, so I will add to that, this of course was reviewed by CDOT, the proposed plan. And Ivan, I'll just ask you, because we specifically asked CDOT where they thought the most appropriate location for our loading would be at Lincoln as opposed to Clark Street, right? And did they not say that Lincoln was the more appropriate location for our loading?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And that the additional loading spots on Wisconsin are really just an added benefit in that it will, theoretically facilitate the loading, but that CDOT really had said the loading on Lincoln was sufficient, correct?
Yes, that is correct. The additional spots or the queuing was just added per some discussions with after community meetings.
Very good. And as far as you are aware, in terms of your experience and your interactions with the architect, the project is being designed in a way that is going to promote the health and welfare. It's designed in accordance with code, et cetera, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I think that's what we need from Ivan. And my next witness, I would call Kathy Dart, who's our appraiser. Kathy, you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Great. And Kathy, do you swear, or sorry, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Kathy Dart, 47 West Polk Street, Chicago, Illinois.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. And we recognize your expertise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, Kathy, you know that an affidavit was submitted as part of our findings of fact with your conclusions and findings in connection with this case. And again, I'm going to ask you some more detailed questions, but in general, your testimony today would be consistent with that affidavit, correct?
Yes, it will.
Great. So I would, for your purposes, I think just want to delve just a little bit deeper into the general welfare and the impact that the facility might have on the community. You looked at whether this proposed school would have any kind of negative impact on property values in the area, correct?
Correct.
And your conclusion was that it would not have any negative impact, is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, it's your understanding that, and based on your experience, that quality educational facilities are often a benefit to communities, is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
And theoretically could actually improve property values in the area.
Yes, correct.
Great. And just in general, you've looked at our traffic study, you've looked at the materials that CPS has prepared and provided. And is it your opinion that the school is not only needed for the public convenience, but will operate in a safe and effective manner, and as I say, won't have any kind of negative impact on property values?
Correct, yes.
Or the general welfare of the community?
You are correct. I agree. That's what my research showed.
Terrific. Okay, so Mr. Chairman, that's it for our case in chief, and we're prepared to, as you say, testify additionally, depending on what the opposition is gonna say.
Thanks, Scott. And real quick, any questions from the board at this point in time? Okay, let's get to the objectors on this case, and also I think there's someone here in support. So let's start with the objectors to get a sense of what they're feeling. So is a Mr. Harold Dembo present? Or a Mr. Stephen Blonder?
Yes, Stephen
Harold
Blonder.
Dembo is here too.
We're both
Okay,
here.
great. Then let's start with this last one I said. So Mr. Blonder, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name is Stephen Blonder. I'm a principal at the law firm of Much Shellis, located at 191 North Wacker Drive, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. What brings you here today?
I am here on behalf of our client, Hemingway House Condominium Association, which is the owner and representative of the 280 unit residential building, which is adjacent to the proposed site for which the special use permit is sought. So it's basically just north. It's as you see on the top left picture, it's the high-rise unit right there.
Okay, yep.
And the association on behalf of the unit owners opposes the special use permit. And I'm gonna hit a couple areas of it, and then Mr. Dembo will pick up on a couple other areas. We're not going to be duplicative of one another.
Thanks. And Mr. Blonder, just to be clear, is Mr. Dembo your client?
He is my partner.
Is your partner? Is there a client here, or is there just a law firm?
It's just a law firm.
Okay. Okay, let me circle back with our staff, because usually there's got to be someone, unless you are objecting. Give me 1 minute. Okay, so here's how this will go. It's better for us. It's a little bit unprecedented for the objector to have a law firm and no one present as a representative. Of course, anyone can object. If we don't have anyone from Hemingway that can get on the line, then it kind of becomes your law firm's personal objection, and we can still, of course, hear that.
So I guess my question, Mr. Chairman, would be, is it that you wish us to get a representative online to reach out to see if someone can join, and then we can speak on their behalf? Or can you take our comments on behalf of our client as their representative?
Yeah, so it would be best if a client representative related to Hemingway in some way is on the line, that your objection becomes a lot more stronger in the eyes of the board.
Okay. If you could then pass this for 5 minutes so we can reach out to try to get our client on the line.
Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to support, because we have a witness here, member of the community in support. So if you can get someone on the line, and I'm going to move along to if Miss Deidre Graziano is present. Looks like she's signing in.
Chairman, sorry, this is Kamal. What's the name again that we're waiting on?
It's Deidre Graziano. Yeah, could be a phone.
If Deidre Graziano is logged in under some different name, they'll have to raise their hand virtually.
Yep, okay. Okay, so here's what we're going to do, because I don't want to break up this flow and conversation. I was going to go to a bathroom break after this one anyway, because my board members are probably mad at me for not having called one yet. So we're going to do intermission. I'm going to call a brief recess until 11:20. In that time, hopefully we can get everyone in the line and we'll move forward with this. So with that, I call a recess again. We reconvene at 11:20 a.m. Central Standard Time. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
Great. See everyone at 11:20. Thanks.
11:20.
All right, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya Sanchez, Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Awesome, we're reconvened. So going straight back to the objectors on calendar number 135-21. Mr. Blonder, were you able to get a representative on the phone from the app?
Yes, sir. Athena Pharmakis, who's the president of the association, who had been watching the meeting on the live stream, has now joined, I'm informed. And Mr. Ed Motto, who's a board member, was also watching on the live stream. And my understanding is has now joined as well.
Perfect. Yeah, so if we can get everyone sworn in, I know we got you sworn in, and then you can take it from there.
Thank you.
Chairman, sorry, what was the second name? Ed Motto?
Motto, M-O-T-T-O.
Okay, I don't see him yet, but if I see him, I'll promote him to that.
Great, thank you. So if Ms. Pharmakis is present, we will get you sworn in. Looks like you're on mute, so if you just unmute and say your name and address. Hey, Ms. Pharmakis, if you're there, you're just muted.
No problem.
Oh, there we go. Will you please state your name and address for the record?
Okay, hi.
Sorry, I know you're jumping in, and am I frozen?
I'm hearing like a couple of people talking.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I could.
Okay. Let me know if there's any issues. I know
I'm just hearing other people talking other than you, Mr. Chairman.
okay. Are others, Steve, are you also hearing others?
She might have her live stream on, Chairman, if she was watching that earlier.
Oh, Ms. Pharmakis, if your live stream is still on in any way, you've just got to turn that off.
Yes, my name is Athena Pharmakis and I live at 1850 North Clark Street.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I can hear you now. I think it's a little delayed. I could see you talking and then.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings? And Ms. Pharmakis, maybe if you turn off your camera, sometimes that helps. I'm hearing from staff that everyone can hear me, so I think it's on your end.
Can I leave and then rejoin maybe?
Yes.
Or, okay,
Yeah.
let me do that because I think I'm delayed or I'm hearing other people talking.
Okay.
Okay, actually, okay.
Counselor, what was the name of the other person coming?
Edward Motto, M-O-T-T-O.
Okay.
He's here, Chairman.
Oh, good. Okay. Mr. Motto, if you're there, let us know and please state your name and address. And Mr. Motto, I see you as a panelist, it's just you're on mute.
I'm back on now.
Perfect. We'll go to you.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
I can't.
I'm on the line.
Perfect. So much progress.
Right.
Okay, so Ms. Farmakis, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Athena Farmakis, and I live at
Hello?
1850 North Clark Street.
Great. And anyone else on the line, please just mute yourself. We're speaking to Ms. Farmakis right now. So Ms. Farmakis, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. So what brings you here today? And you and your lawyer can do it in tandem if you want that way.
Yes, I have been an owner and a resident at the Hemingway House at 1850 North Clark Street for the past 20 years. Our building adjoins the subject property at 1840 North Clark. I am the president of the board of directors of the association at our property. And after we received overwhelming feedback from our owners and residents with regards to the proposed CPS site for the pre-K school, our board of directors did hire Mr. Harold Dembo and Mr. Steve Blonder to represent us at this hearing. Our building has many objections with traffic, congestion with 200 plus students coming to the school every day, twice a day. And moreover, we do have, our building has easement rights to the plaza that's in front of the subject property at 1840. And those easement rights do grant us ingress and egress. And the plaza where our subject easement rights are is where the proposed outdoor playground is proposed to be erected with permanent fencing. So our objections come from many different sides and places. So we did get petitions signed by 168 residents in our building. I will leave it up to our attorneys to take it from here. But as president of the association, the board of directors did vote and did agree to move forward on our objection. And I appreciate you listening to our concerns. I'm sure Mr. Dembo and Mr. Blonder will take it from here. And I'll be open for any other questions too.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Athena. Again, my name is Stephen Blonder, and I am one of the counsel for the association. Just so that, and I just want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the other members of the board for listening to us and hearing the association's concern. Everyone recognizes, as Ms. Dart testified, that there's a need for this type of education in the community, and we don't dispute that. We don't take issue that early childhood education is desirable, is needed, is necessary, and the amount of it available in the community is insufficient. Our objection is tied to it being in this facility with the plans specifically that were given to support the application. First, as Ms. Farmakis referenced, there's a declaration of covenants, conditions, restrictions, and easements that was recorded on or about August 25th, 1978, which provides, it's between the residential building and the commercial property, which is the subject of this application. That recording provides for various rights and obligations between the parties. And Ms. Farmakis was right. On one hand, the permanent playground, which is going to be erected on the plaza, is a crucial piece of this, would, we allege, violate their rights. And just so the board is aware, a lawsuit was filed yesterday in the Circuit Court of Cook County seeking a declaration regarding the rights and responsibilities under the declaration. And that was filed against the owner of the building, the commercial property. So that lawsuit was filed yesterday. The issues that are reflected in the lawsuit are that under the declaration, it's alleged that one of the parcels was residential, the other was commercial, and a school is not a commercial use. A CPS facility is a public use, is defined in the law. And so our allegation is that would be inconsistent with the declaration. Second, the special use permit requires the erection of the playground. The declaration itself does not provide for any new improvements of a permanent nature to be placed on the land. Insofar as this proposal would require such a playground, and it's a key part of the special use permit and the plans, it would be in violation of the rights under the declaration. Third, Ms. Farmakis made reference to the ingress and egress rights that are over the entire plaza, which are granted under the declaration, and putting any kind of permanent structure on that plaza would be a violation. The declaration makes a reference for things from time to time, but what's being talked about of a playground with a permanent fence is not a time to time thing, and such that you'd have like construction for 10 hours of the day and someone puts scaffolding or on certain days of the week. This would be permanent. It would be a fence with a playground, which we allege would violate the rights of the association owners. So just so the board knows, that is currently existing and in play. Second, we've reviewed the traffic study that's been proposed to support this special use permit. That study is insufficient. It's insufficient for a couple of reasons, and it's a key component of the application and of the whether or not special use permit should be approved. It's insufficient because, first of all, it was done in a time of COVID, where everyone knows that traffic patterns are A, not normal, and B, most people are at home and not out and about going to work during the morning rush hour periods. So traffic is necessarily less than it would otherwise be in normalized times. The study attempts to account for that by putting a 30% factor into its calculations, but that in itself is also insufficient. Even one needs to look at the Chicago Tribune from this past week and detailing the number of people working from home as opposed to those working. And if anyone takes a walk through the loop, everyone knows that the loop is fairly empty, as well as other areas where people go to commute to. We're talking about 200 students, as Mr. Hanson just testified to, coming. Primarily will be dropped off during the times their parents are going to and from work. So we're talking about 200 cars with 200 students. This isn't a situation where we're expecting a small percent of the students coming will be coming by vehicle. It's going to be a high percent. So on the one hand, the 10 traffic spaces, parking spots, loading zone that were described is insufficient. Second, the traffic is going to be more extreme. Third, whether it's on Wisconsin, on Clark, on Lincoln, this is a high traffic area to start with, whether it's CTA buses, whether it's cars or other vehicles. There should be, based on the number of students being dropped off within a short period of time. Again, it's not like the students are going to be spread out throughout the day. So based on the condensed time period and number of vehicles, the parking spots are insufficient and the traffic is going to create a safety hazard. This is a corner in terms of Lincoln Avenue. There have been several incidents and accidents previously. And so it just magnifies the issue from the congestion that will come. Again, on behalf of the association, we recognize the need for this type of education, but it simply shouldn't be at this facility. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Dembo to address certain other factors.
Great. Mr. Dembo, I think I need to get you sworn in. So if you could state your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, yes.
Oh, great. Harold Dembo. I'm an attorney with Mutt Schellis at 191 North Wacker in Chicago.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Go right ahead.
So hopefully not repeating anything that Steve has said, it's our position that the applicant fails to satisfy the general criteria, all of the general criteria in the ordinance. There will be increased congestion, there will be increased traffic, and there will be increased noise in this neighborhood. It will alter the neighborhood in many different ways. These kids are not coming by buses. These kids are all being dropped off by 200 cars. And as we all can expect, there will be some accidents. There have already been accidents around this building, near this building, pedestrians being injured by cars in the neighborhood. It's only going to get worse. If you drop children off at Wisconsin, they have to walk to the building. Okay, it's not a safe environment to pack 200 students into that space. As Steve indicated, the two buildings are interconnected in many different ways. The garage, structural support, the plaza, the pool of Hemingway House sits on top of this commercial building. 200 kids in a playground or 50 kids in a playground is going to increase the noise level that already exists and will impact in a negative way the people trying to enjoy the pool. This development was in 1978. No one ever contemplated a school being opened in that space. Prior to now, maybe there was a restaurant, maybe there was a real estate brokerage firm. There weren't 200 people working in either space, including patrons. Okay, this is a major game changer. We have not had the time to engage a traffic consultant to really drill down on the applicant's study. We have a company that's prepared to do that for $15,000, but they need 8 weeks to do a proper study. We should not hurry or rush to a conclusion here. There are too many lives at stake, and the neighborhood, the ambiance of that neighborhood will change. I'm a real estate lawyer. I'm not an appraiser. I would bring a broker who will tell you the opposite of what the other broker suggests or the appraiser. My clients are concerned about their property values. Okay, and that's tax revenue. For some reason, we've been unable to communicate directly with CPS when the lawyers got involved. Alderman Smith shared with me that the people at CPS were told not to speak to me. In addition, my client got a letter not to interfere with the lease negotiations in the progress of this proposed application. So there's been a chilling effect on open discussion, negotiation, and dialogue among the parties. Maybe you'll issue a special use permit, but they will not be able to have an outdoor playground. When we brought that to Alderman Smith's attention, she said, well, that's because they don't want to take the kids across Clark Street. It's too busy. It's too dangerous. So why not put a playground that's about 1,200 square feet on the plaza that's used entirely, in its entirety, for ingress and egress. So we have many issues, we have many concerns, and we don't want to rush the process. We also think that with our own study, with our own experts, if we had time to bring them forward, we will offer you other suggestions and alternatives regarding drop-off, pickup, and things like that. We encourage you to look at the standards that govern the ZBA, the general criteria, and we don't believe that this applicant satisfies all of them, and that is for you to decide. But I believe that there is a serious risk to safety, pedestrian safety at this location. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dembo. And I just want to cut right in because, you know, I think there's just a lot in this that maybe Wasn't a part of a review, to be quite frank. And I'm hearing from your side too, that time could be of a benefit to coming to some healthy resolution between the parties. So I want to throw out the option, and feel free to shut me down. This is me throwing the option to both sides for a continuance on this one. Seems like there hasn't been significant talking between the sides, and communication always helps us when we get here. So Councilor Borstein, you can address that as well.
Hello?
I will address that, and I'm sure I want to bring in some of the CPS folks too to help address that. But first, we absolutely 100% cannot afford a delay or deferral of this matter. We are trying to open the school up for the fall school year, and so any delay would preclude us from doing that. And again, I can have Ivan come back and provide further testimony about that. But, you know, and in terms of the dialogue, and there'd be a chilling effect, you know, again, we would disagree and contest with that. We have had actually fairly extensive dialogues. They may not have been directly, let's say, between my office and Much Shellis's office, but there has been extensive dialogue. And in fact, as it relates to the play lot, I want to at least raise one thing, because you mentioned that you're hearing new things. This is a private issue between the owner and the owner of the commercial space and the residential tower, in terms of how the play lot is configured and its access rights under its declaration. It's simply a private matter. It's not an issue before the zoning board.
Scott, I want to point out to you, I think, like, we obviously we look at our standards in a holistic manner, and I think their whole point in bringing up the easement is that it's a potential detriment to the neighbors, and that fits pretty cleanly within our standards. You know, in the interest of public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or the community. So private matters, I understand those can be dealt with outside of here, but it all kind of plays into how we view things as a quasi judicial board.
Well, I mean, again, I mean, you would then have, you probably wouldn't be able to make any decisions citywide. I mean, there's tons and tons of private issues that are involved in development that, you know, so I mean, that's a pretty broad standard. Having said that, though, we are working with the condo association to establish a play lot that both satisfies our needs and theirs. And again, because it's a private issue and is not, you know, does not impact the use question here, you know, what I can promise you is that if the play lot changes, it might be reduced in size in order to accommodate the association and their quote unquote access rights. If a judge determines that they actually have those access rights, but if so, you might end up with a smaller play lot, but you won't, the use is not changing. And the proposal in general is not changing, regardless of these private easement rights that they allege.
Okay, and so we are going to go back to the objector because it is still that step of the process, but I do want to ask you a little bit about the traffic study and like what steps have been taken in getting the study. And I want to focus on that issue right now and kind of bring your rebuttal earlier on.
Great. So I'm going to ask if Justin Optitz is on the call on the Zoom, and he's our traffic expert from GHA, and we can get into the details of the traffic study with him.
Okay, and just a note to Councilor Blonder and Dembo, we will be circling back to you. I just kind of want to hear on this right now.
Well, thank you.
And while we're waiting for Justin, of course, I know this is, obviously clear to the board, but, and while we do appreciate all of the comments from the condo association, the evidence that there's going to be a lot of extra traffic and related issues are all brought to you by a lawyer and not a traffic expert. And so.
Hi, this is Ed Motto. Am I allowed to speak here?
Hey, Mr. Motto, if you could
I'm
wait.
a resident of Hemingway House.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Motto, go right ahead. We'll take your comments as we wait for the traffic person. Yep. Will you
I
please state
appreciate
your
the
name and
time.
ad- Yeah, will you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Edward Motto. I live at 1850 North Clark Street, Unit 2807, Chicago, Illinois, 60614. And I've lived in this building since 1994. And I'm also a seasoned real estate broker for Caldwell Banker.
Mr. Motto, real quick, I've got to get you sworn in. So do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
The couple issues here is that where this location is, we're not against a preschool, but the location here is not the right location. If you really look at this plot, there's no setback. This area, this plot here is triangular, and you've got Lincoln. The plot is bordered by Lincoln, Wisconsin, and Clark Street. Clark Street is 2 lanes each way. It's like the Indianapolis 500. If one of those kids happens to get hit by a car, what the traffic study fails to indicate is that there's been a couple fatalities right at that corner, right at Lincoln and Clark. In fact, one of the people were from our building, and the building is not set back enough for those kids. Those kids will wander. You're going to have 200 kids, and there's a huge probability that they're going to get hit by a car. And that would be you could have fatalities. The school is going to be right next door to the garage for our building. And you have a lot of residents and daily parkers that are going to be in and out of that garage. And now there's going to be extreme liability on us and the residents coming in and out of that garage. So the study that was done is not accurate at all. And I can tell you this, the woman that spoke regarding valuations, I can tell you this, as a seasoned broker with 20 years experience, you have 200 cars circling that triangular plot. No one's going to want to buy. The appraisal values are not going to withstand those current valuations right now because of the congestion. There's going to be massive congestion on that. And when the CPS, I was on that town meeting, they think that they can unload 200 students in 15 minutes, the Kiss and Go program. There's no possibility, because I've already experienced many of the schools in the area, and it's totally congested. The people have lined up on these streets for hours, an hour and a half ahead. And what Mr. Bornstein fails to point out is that as far as the dialogue with our building, there's been hardly any dialogue. What he failed to point out is that they did this traffic study in October of last year. They could have reached out to our building many months ago, and we could have had a discussion. They sprung this on us, on our building. I'm a director on the board also, that they sprung this whole thing on us and the residents within 250 feet in February. We had no knowledge whatsoever on this. We had no time to get a traffic study, especially with COVID. no time to prepare whatsoever. So this was, in my opinion, totally underhanded. But the main thing here, we have a life safety issue. I'm a retired firefighter with 35 years on the fire department. And this is a huge life safety issue. And if the CPS wants, they want to do this, there's a huge liability, not only to the CPS, there's a huge liability to the owner, and there's a huge liability to the people living in our building. I don't want to hit a kid.
Yeah.
And this is a potential risk.
Yeah.
I'm not
okay.
against the school. I'm against the location.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Motto. Yeah, I think we understand the spirit of your objection. So I want to move now to
Please, not just me. It's many owners in the building. We just sent to
Right.
the alderman almost 200 petitions against this.
No, I understand that, Mr. Motto. And in no way am I cutting you off. I just want to keep the discussion going because I think we have the spirit of the objection.
Appreciate
and-
this. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Of course, thank you for coming. So if we can ask if the applicant can now address the traffic study.
Sure. Is Justin, are you able to join?
What is the name we're looking for, Scott?
Justin Optitz. I think it's OPTITZ from GHA.
Let's see, there's
I don't see anyone by that name, Chairman. The only person has raised his hand is Bill Grieve.
Could he be under Bill Grieve for some reason?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Hi, this is Bill Grieve. I work with Justin Opitz.
Oh, great.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Bill, are you going to speak in Justin's stead?
Yes, Justin and I work together. We worked on this project. I apologize. He apologizes. He literally just texted me and said that his internet literally just went out.
He said, get on Zoom. Okay,
Yeah.
Can you give us your name and address, please, for the record?
Sure. Bill Grieve, Senior Transportation Engineer, Gaywalt Hamilton Associates, Vernon Hills, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. Go right ahead.
Justin and I worked on this study together along with Lynn Means. And, one of the big things, one of the big questions is the fact that we did our study during COVID. But the key consideration is that we did everything in line with what the CDOT requires of traffic studies. We applied a serious COVID adjustment for any kind of traffic and pedestrian counts that we did. So we feel very comfortable with our analysis and with our recommendations as far as what the school needs, what the impacts would be from traffic standpoint, and what the school needs for pickup drop-off.
So Bill, let's just talk about the loading, because one of the comments was, with the number of students that are going to be dropped off or picked up at this location, we do not have sufficient area for loading. So first, is it not true that the traffic study, through an analysis determined, what were the percentages of people that, based on the fact that it's a transit served area, it's in a very dense neighborhood where people can walk, what was the number of cars that we believe are going to actually use the drop off and pick up loading area?
Out of the 200 students, what we found out from the census data is a very large percentage literally should be generated within the neighborhood or be walking. I apologize at the last second. I do not have the traffic study in front of me, so I'm kind of going by memory. But I'm going to say that out of the 200 students, we're probably looking at maybe half of them who would be picked up and dropped off. The other half might be part of carpools as well as walking within the neighborhood itself. So when we took a look at the pickup drop off on Lincoln and the 10 spots available, considering the very efficient pickup drop off operations that are anticipated, we feel comfortable with that. Also understand that there's an opportunity for perhaps some alternate or extra pickup drop off on Wisconsin, which also makes a lot of sense. So I guess in estimation, out of the 200 students, for those that we anticipate being picked up and dropped off, along with the efficient operations, we feel very comfortable.
Okay. And then I think I'd like to call our network chief, Chief Clay, if he's still available, to address how the school actually operates the pickup and drop off. And I also want him to address the issue of whether there's a safety issue in terms of the number of kids that are going to be here and how they might be circulating around the site or the neighborhood. So Chief Clay, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. And just as a note, we're going to go to you, Mr. Clay, and then we're going to circle back to the objectors to give them a chance to close out their objection and ask any questions. So Mr. Clay, with that, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, William Clay, 6444 North Nashville, Chicago, Illinois, 60631.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Chief, before you start, can you just give the board a little bit of background about your position with CPS and your experience?
Yes, so this is my 20th year with the district, my 5th year in this position as the chief of schools for Network 4. My main responsibility is to have oversight over the schools within my network from an instructional perspective and an operational as well.
And how many schools is that?
That's 30 schools.
30 schools, okay. All right, so I guess what I'd like to ask you in terms of this particular location and in terms of how CPS operates its pickup and drop off procedure, tell us more about how it works and why you are comfortable that having the 10 loading spots on Lincoln plus the 4 additional ones, if necessary, on Wisconsin will be sufficient to handle what we expect at the school here.
Yes, based on my experience. So we have 2 schools that are close by as examples. Lincoln and Alcott are some examples of using the more typical strategy, which is the Kiss and Go system. Kiss and Go system is a pretty comprehensive process for obviously it requires parent education as well as operational teams to ensure that the efficiency of the system works well. So what we're going to have is a team of people out there working with the vehicles that do decide to drive to this location. They open the door, they get the child out, and then the child is escorted into the building. Lincoln is the best spot for that because it provides the easiest access into the building. We're talking about 4-year-olds, so all 4-year-olds will be escorted and have adult supervision either by their parent or by school. I want to just give perspective also to the board that Lincoln has a population of 1,002 students and Alcott has a population of 689 students, and they're able to use a Kiss and Go system and do it in a safe and efficient way in a matter of 20 to 30 minutes. With this site, which has 200 students, we should be able to be much more efficient than trying to unload 1,000 students or 600 students. We're talking about 200 students, of which probably half of them will be driving. So I think I'm very confident in this strategy, confident also in CPS team to ensure that they will be working to the most important is safety. And making sure we do this in a safe way. We'll have a security officer that's also a part of the team that will be focusing strictly on traffic management. They will be using a radio walkie-talkie system as well to make sure that we're able to move the cars efficiently and able to move them from Wisconsin to Lincoln in an orderly way. We also are going to have a series of parent trainings in terms of this protocol. That's the key to this, is to make sure that our parents understand and really know what the protocol is in order to drop off their child. And we do that multiple parent outreaches prior to starting this system. And with all that said, I'm confident that we'll be able to, in a safely and efficient way, be able to unload the number of students that will be choosing to drive to this location.
Great. And let me just ask, so when during pickup and drop off, the kids are escorted, that's what you said, correct?
That's correct.
So is there any likelihood that, a kid, breaks free and starts to run around, or either near the driveway for the condo or across the street? I mean, what's the likelihood of something like that?
Yeah, the kids are always supervised, so I would say a very low percentage or probability of that happening. Also, like to say that when exiting any type of garage, I would hope that the driver of the garage of the vehicle will be conscious of any pedestrian walking out. So the same level of alertness that's required when they drive out of that condo or residency or the garage, that they will be given the same level of alertness and urgency of people's and pedestrian safety that they would if it was a child or if it was an adult.
Right. Thank you. And then, during recess, for example, or when the kids come out to play, again, they're supervised, correct?
That is correct. We have a 1 to 10 ratio for students. We anticipate each classroom to have 20 students in it. So when they do go out, they go out in an orderly, scheduled way. So there's at most 20 students on the playground at any given time.
Okay.
With two adults supervising.
And the playground is going to be enclosed with a fence, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so again, the likelihood of a kid just running free is very, very low.
Yes.
Okay. Just one other question. Would it be possible at some point to take the kids across the street to the park, or is that an absolute thing that you won't do? Do you know that at this point?
Not at this point, but just generally speaking, we do have field trips, that are part of the school experience. And if, as we look at the surrounding area, if there's something that's educationally meaningful and purposeful for the students to experience, that is something that the teacher and the principal will submit a request for that with parent support and authorization, as well as the district authorization.
Okay, so it's possible you might access the park across the street, which in your view makes this a fairly desirable site for a school, correct?
Exactly right.
Okay.
Let's move back to objectors, because I think we got a good view kind of the parking operation and system. And I'll say that, I never really closed the loop on the continuance. We're gonna hear this today because I do think that sufficient notice has been made, and it sounds like there's no one, begging for a continuance. So with that, I want to go back to the counselors, Dembo and Blonder. Yep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And by the way, we weren't asked to address it, but we would welcome a continuance to have that conversation, that discussion that's been deprived of to us up to date. Mr. Borsi made reference to some in the past. I'm telling you, Mr. Dembo reached out to CPS, and the alderman told him they'd been instructed by the building owner not to speak to him. So we tried to engage.
But I think notice went out, it sounds like, in February. So I understand it's not ideal communication and more time could be beneficial, but when I think about potential due process, it sounds like there was sufficient.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make it clear from the association's perspective that we would welcome that opportunity to engage that we haven't been able to do.
Great.
Second, listening to Mr. Grieve, he just demonstrated why his study is flawed. And I don't take issue with his statement that they did what's in line with the traffic pedestrian code. That's not the issue. They did it in October. And Mr. Borstein's comment was, we're not traffic study experts, so what we say should be discounted. but we can't check our common sense at the door. Everyone knows in October, people were not going out, not congregating. There wasn't the congestion, there wasn't the traffic pattern. People were at home, working at home, staying at home. The mayor and the governor had the restrictions in terms of where you could go and what you could do. And it's just this, it just proves that this study is flawed, not because of their methodology, but because of the pandemic and the time that we're in. Again, if you take them at face value, you would assume only 30% more people would be out in a normal time frame than what was happening during COVID. All of us know just intuitively that 30% is the wrong number. It's much, much higher than that. That's number one. Number two, the assumption that they made is that there will only be, he said, a large percentage should be generated from the neighborhood. And they used a 50% marker of which would mean 100 students. So that's flawed because at the virtual meeting regarding this, I'm informed by the association who was at that virtual town meeting, they said that the neighborhood would not be given a priority for enrollment. So that means that that 50% assumption based on the neighborhood is the flawed assumption in the analysis, because the number of cars is going to be actually much higher. Third, they're making this assumption about the 100 cars without knowing who's signing up. They didn't do a study that said, are you going to sign up for preschool in this location? They're using generalized information, which is a far cry from having actual information about who's coming here. It's an assumption, nothing more. It might be more, it might be less. Who knows? It just goes to the insufficiency of this particular study. So that's kind of point number one. Point number two, on the traffic study, it didn't account for residents entering and leaving the garage at the same time as the drop-off of the students. You have to look at those two things together, and to the extent it considered that, again, COVID numbers are going to push that number down of people coming and going during that time frame. My last point before turning it back to Mr. Dembo is Mr. Klee just talked about the playground and its essential part of this development and this program. Again, our contention is that any playground on that spot necessarily violates the easement rights and violates the declaration because it's a permanent improvement, which is not permitted under the declaration. So he just made the case why this shouldn't be. I'll defer to Mr. Dembo for any final points.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and all the members of the ZBA. We appreciate your hearing our concerns. Our concerns, I'm sure, are your concerns. Again, I want to reiterate that the general criteria are not met, and it's incumbent on the ZBA to reject this petition. As Steve said earlier, there's a lawsuit pending. It's our position, no playground goes on the plaza, none. So you're going to have a lot of field trips until that's resolved, I suspect. And it's not a threat, but that's what litigation is about. We're going to defend our rights. We're going to enforce our rights, and we're going to enforce it against the neighbor. That declaration is over 40 years old, and it's never been a problem. That plaza is open for the residents to cut across from one street to another and not to be encumbered with a playground. And that playground is going to attract other people from the neighborhood, like teenagers who are going to jump over the fence and use it. And that's another concern we have. And as Ed Mato said, you know, we're all liable for anything that goes wrong. And I think it is prudent that we have our own study done. We haven't had the time to do that. And check drop off and pick up at those locations during the hours that they're expected to occur. And you're not gonna drop off a 4-year-old in 5 seconds or 15 seconds. 4-year-olds are not 10-year-olds and they don't cooperate. And you're going to end up with stacked cars. You're going to end up with traffic jams. And the pandemic is doing one other thing. People are not going to take public transportation like they used to. They're going to drive their own cars to work, as I have been doing. You're going to have more traffic. So whether it's 30%, 50% or more, I think that this location is a bad idea for a public school. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do now, because
Can I speak? This is Ed Motto. I'm an objector.
and I'm going to give you 30 seconds max.
Okay, I want to make
I'm gonna
reference to
watch
that.
the
Can I make reference to that map right there, which shows Lincoln Avenue, the drop-off location? Can everybody see that?
Yep.
Okay, Lincoln Avenue, that's one lane going north, one lane going south there. What's happened, their drop-off is you're going to have 150 cars circling this whole plot. Those people that are dropping off their kids have to pull out onto Lincoln Avenue. Not only this, but you already have the traffic that's going to be there. That's everyday traffic. This is going to be a madhouse. It's not going to work. If they think that they can drop off a kid in a minute or so, that's not possible. Not for 150 cars. And I think Mr. Cleese made a point that half of these kids, their mothers are going to be walking. It's going to be walking distance. I can tell you right now, as a real estate broker, mothers, anything over a block to 2 blocks, they're going to be driving that kid. Typically, the weather is not. Typically, the weather is bad.
And I'm going to cut you off, or I'm going to mute you. So this is all really helpful, but it's getting repetitive. You know, from both sides, I think we've heard a little bit of unfounded opinions on traffic. So our job as the board is to more so see how the traffic study was built and find, you know, nothing that's speculative. So I'm going to cut you off only because it's getting repetitive, and in the interest of all the other matters we have today, we can't spend several hours on this case. So with that, I'm going to move over back to the applicant. We have a lot of facts on this case, like I said. So applicant, you have the time to give us new considerations to work with. We can get your supporter on the record, and then we're going to close this one out for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple things on the play lot issue. Number one, again, it's up to a judge ultimately, but the landlord, the commercial property owner, has rights here too. First of all, it's a non-exclusive easement. That may be lost on the board. This is not an area where the condo association has complete control. It's for the benefit of both property owners. In addition, the landlord, the commercial property owner, can set limits and has lots of rights with respect to how this plaza area operates. And so again, I just point out to you that this will be worked out between the parties in a way that satisfies the law and you know, and upholds everybody's rights as a citizen, including the applicant and the condo association owners. Then with respect to the traffic, I mean, right, I mean, I can go back and put on our witness, Bill, about how the traffic study was done if you feel that's necessary. I will again just point out that not only did we submit our traffic study, but it was thoroughly reviewed and vetted by the Chicago Department of Transportation, who has approved this plan and feels that it's safe and effective and will, you know, not cause the traffic congestion that has been alleged that you know might occur here. So we feel very strongly that we have satisfied all of the requirements necessary in order to approve a special use. And as I say, if there's any lingering questions that the board has, I'm happy to call additional witnesses to address those.
Okay, yeah, how we're going to do this is let's take questions, and then I'm going to go just because I want to get everything out there before support speaks, because that seems like a natural time to close. So we're going to take questions, and then Ms. Graziano is going to speak in support, and the Alderman Michelle Smith is going to speak generally. So with that, questions from the board.
I just have a question. If someone from the applicant could speak about the methodology for the traffic report. Seems that's been challenged, so if someone could speak about that.
Sure. Bill, do you want to take that?
Sure. You know, the methodology for the traffic study follows both CDOT guidelines as well as Institute of Transportation Engineer guidelines. We thoroughly vetted the existing conditions, including traffic counts. Yes, they were done in October, but we applied a factor to make sure that the traffic and pedestrian counts were upticked anywhere from 20 to 30% per those guidelines. In addition, you know, I talked about previously about the fact that 50% or so of the trips may be coming from the immediate neighborhood. I was wrong. You know, Justin's Comcast went out, so we've been going back and forth, and actually it's up to 70% of the trips may be locally generated. So, you know, in conclusion, we feel very strongly that we followed everybody's guidelines to the T. As the counselor said, it was thoroughly vetted. Our traffic study was thoroughly vetted. They concurred with our analysis and our recommendations. And we feel very confident that the plan in front of you will be able to accommodate not only the traffic generated by the school, but as well as the important drop off and pickup that's going on in the mornings and the afternoons.
Okay, and Mr. One second. You know, Mr. Grieve, we're looking for the traffic study. My review of it was through reference in the appraiser's report, trying to confirm that the board has reviewed the traffic study.
I'm sorry, I think I missed you. Who is confirming the traffic study?
We are as a board and staff, we're trying to confirm that we have the traffic study, because in the findings of fact, there's just the you know, land appraisal report that references a lot about the traffic study. And I know we have you on the record about the traffic study. I'm just trying to see if we have the actual study on hand. Scott, yep.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we provided the traffic study to CDOT, you know, in accordance with their review. We did not, and we normally don't provide the study to the board, but we are certainly happy to provide it to you. There's no secrets that we're keeping. So if you'd like me to send you a copy, we certainly can.
Okay. Okay, give me just a second. Give me just a second.
Sure.
Okay, so just so everyone knows, it's a little bit of a problem that we're arguing about a traffic study that we haven't reviewed. So, you know, we are discussing now, I've put the option out there for a continuance. I hear that no matter what, applicant wants a vote today.
Mr. Chairman, if I could make one other comment about the traffic study. In reviewing the traffic study.
Can you just say your name so we know who's speaking,
Yes,
please?
I'm sorry. It's Athena Farmakis, the president of the Condo Association. Another thing about the traffic study that hasn't really been addressed is that the traffic study suggests putting horses up and closing off our back alley that goes from Wisconsin to Lincoln. And that's to preclude any parent from using that back alley as a way to get their student to drop off. Now that back alley is used by our building for deliveries, for garbage pickup, and move-ins and move-outs, which are occurring throughout the day and starting right about the time of drop-offs in the morning. So
yeah, and Ms. Farmakis, I apologize to cut you off. We just can't even go down this route because my board has not reviewed this traffic study.
okay, but I'm just saying it's another issue of the traffic study that nobody has really raised or brought up today.
Yeah. Right. So, I mean,
Yeah, again, Mr. Chairman, we're happy to send you the report, but we've done, I don't know how many traffic studies and cases similar to this for CPS and for many other applicants. And, you know, historically, we have relied on the review of the traffic expert who, again, this is not that the board doesn't have its own independent opinions, but you know, the Chicago Department of Transportation, who is really the ultimate arbiter and the expert in terms of how traffic happens here in the city of Chicago, they have reviewed this and they have said, you know, that the traffic plan here is adequate and safe. So again, we're happy to send it to the board for any kind of additional review that you might want, but we would hope that you would rely on your experts that you have at your disposal.
We just don't understand. This is Athena again, the president. If the board hasn't had a chance to review the traffic study, and should the board have any questions with regards to it, if a continuance isn't granted today, then how could either the objector or the applicant have the opportunity to respond to any concerns of the board? We don't feel that without a continuance that any questions or concerns could be adequately addressed.
Yeah, I mean, Ms. Farmakis, this is the issue, right? Like we're pretty much all basing our arguments that we're hearing. We've heard a lot of speculative arguments about traffic, but the only arguments we've made that might stand come from this study that we have not seen.
And it was done in October.
Right, but your Department of Transportation has seen it and you have expert testimony before you.
But the Department of Transportation doesn't give a special use, you know?
No, but they review traffic.
Yeah, but traffic is within our standards, Scott. Like
I understand, but they're recommending to you that this is satisfactory. So that's all.
I don't find strength in that point because if we just listen to CDOT on everything related to traffic, I would cut down a few of my standards. You know, it like, trust me, I've been trying to push this along so we can hear it. I just don't see any way that we can take a vote on this today without having seen the traffic study that's at the root on both sides' arguments. So, I mean, here we're going to have to continue 2 months.
Well, let me bring in Ivan Hanson to, again, talk about the consequences of a delay. And I would just urge the board that, again, we are talking about a school with 200 kids. And we have, as the network chief has testified, we have schools with 1,000 kids, 5 times as much, where they do not have any traffic issues at their school. And again, I understand each case is different, but
And Scott, I understand that argument, but we're also dealing with a big community objection here, which is why we're hashing this all out. And it's just as important for their interests to be in mind, and a continuance of some form at least is going to give everyone time to know what we're looking at. We can't go off speculation. We don't have CDOT here to testify. We've got your expert. But so here's what I'll do here. We've been pushing everything 2 months. We're going to continue this 1 month. I know it's painful for everyone because we've gotten a lot of facts out today. But it honestly, it might be less painful than a vote result for you based on us not having sufficient information.
What about our traffic study though, that we would be able to get, and our expert said that he would need 8 weeks. So the initial 2-month proposal would fit in line with giving the community in our building an opportunity to put forth our own study.
So
which I think is fair.
I understand that. I think the issue is that the building did have 2 months notice. We heard that people heard back in February about this. So, that gives you 4 months to get a traffic study net. And I think that.
I understand that, but in 2 months, the board, first of all, had to gauge the temperature of the building. We're not going to just go and move unilaterally and say, oh, we don't like this proposal. So we had to gain the temperature of the building, of our owners, of our residents, to see where everybody stands. And we have a very tight-knit community.
Yeah, and so I appreciate
it. We needed
and
time. Then we needed to find attorneys.
This Barmakis, we're very much, I appreciate it because we're very much working with your side. What we're exactly trying to do here is make sure that the community voice is heard. So we are going to be continuing 1 month. I understand that a traffic study is possible in 1 month. It might just be a little more expensive. So I know no one's happy here, but this is what's got to happen to get a fair result that's not just sued for years to come on appeal.
Mr. Chairman, this is Ed Motto. Just wanted to point out, I did a YouTube video of the dangers involved. I did it 2 weeks ago. I'll be more than happy to send it to anybody. And it shows it shows live the dangers involved.
Okay, great. Okay, so everybody is on notice. We will be continuing this until our May meeting, which is Friday, May 21st, 2021. And we've got a lot of facts out, so I don't think it has to be this lengthy that time, but I appreciate everyone's time. And I want to give the opportunity to the alderman if she would still desire to speak. That's up to her. So Alderman Smith, if you're there and you want to speak, just let us know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, I'm very glad that you are granting this continuance. I wanted to see, I am very surprised that the applicant did not send you the traffic study. I'm just kind of shocked. It is on my website, actually. When this came up, there is a process issue here because normally, as kind of everybody knows, often an applicant will call on the alderman before they file things so that we can preview so as an accommodation, we can preview their proposals for the community. That didn't happen here. I found out about this a day or so before the notices were hitting the mailboxes of the neighbors. So we did put our community process in a bit of overdrive. We contacted the building, we scheduled a community meeting, we had a big Zoom meeting to hear the concerns that are also here, that have been, and then we worked hard to try to resolve them. But I am very surprised that your independent authority does not have the traffic study to review. When we received it, we put it on our website. It's on under projects at ward43.org so that the residents, anybody else can look at it. And we also sent out an email to everyone's email that we have from that building to invite them to participate in today's meeting with the full instructions on how to participate here. So I'm not quite sure about miscommunications among the parties. At our community meeting, these issues of traffic did come up. And of course, our experience in these issues was also at issue. I also understand, as a point of information, that CPS made an offer to shrink the size of the playground in order to make it work. And the additional loading zone that is on Wisconsin was put in there at our insistence, because we have other examples of preschools in which if people come early, they have a place to wait before they come to the loading zone. So we will raise this at the next meeting, but I under the circumstances here, that CPS has not done what they need to do in order to empower this commission to make a full review of the topic, that we should do a continuance for a month. So thank you very, very much. And I support the community in that regard. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Alderman Smith, and I'm sure we'll see you next month. So that everyone is on notice. Again, this matter 135-21-S is being continued to Friday, May 21st, 2021. No further notice will be given. Again, that's a 1-month continuance, and we will need the study by our deadline, and objectors will need to re-sign up if they want to come in front of us. They won't automatically be signed up again. So thank you, everyone, for your time. I know that one was a little bit painful, but we'll get the momentum back.
Thank you. We appreciate your time and your concern and your patience in all of this, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Hemingway House.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great. Now we're going to move along to calendar number 136-21-S at 610 West Schubert Avenue. Okay, let me read the department's recommendation. And make sure if you're done to turn yourself on mute and log off and continue watching our meeting. Okay, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a school early learning center with up to 120 children and 18 staff, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Board of Education, City of Chicago, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated November 23rd, 2020, prepared by Coup LLC with site plan dated January 22nd, 2021. Okay, Scott, I know this one is you. We also have no objectors on this one. So I think therefore we can take this forward.
Great. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have the same witnesses, so I don't know if you need to swear them in again for this case, but this is another part of the city's citywide attempt to provide free public education to early learning pre-K age students. Again, this is the same network area as the prior school, all in an attempt to fill those 360 seats that are needed. So between the school at 1840, which is, I don't know now whether frankly that one's going to be able to go forward, but with this one, this was a part of the attempt to fill those seats. There's 120 seats at this school, 6 classrooms, 18 teacher staff. And again, I guess since there's no objectors here, we'll just call our witnesses and have them indicate that their testimony will be consistent with their affidavits that they've already filed. And then if the board has any questions, we can go from there. Do you need to swear them in again?
Nope, they're sworn in on the record. Thanks, though.
Great. Okay, so I'll start off with Ivan again. So Ivan, are you familiar with the affidavit that was submitted by Evan Smith in connection with this project and the findings and conclusions that were reached as part of that affidavit?
I am.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those conclusions and findings?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Kathy Dart, you were familiar with the affidavit that was prepared and submitted in connection with this case with all of your conclusions and findings relating to the need for this, the fact that it will not negatively impact property values or the health and welfare of people in the area?
Yes, I have.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions of that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Great. Okay, Mr. Chairman, again, we have, as you know, multiple other people here to address any other questions you have. A traffic study was done for this one as well. CDOT approved this one as well. And, you know, have found have recommended what you see in front of you in terms of our traffic and loading plan.
Yep. And just so it's out there, I completely already forgot the last one. We're now focusing on this one.
Sure.
So, you know, I still think just verbally, if you could walk through the load unload process on this one. I understand fully different site, no objectors, but just so we can get a visual today on what that looks like.
Okay, so Ivan, I don't know if you want to do that, or we should have, if Chief Clay is still on the phone, on the line, he can do this one as well. What?
Yeah, Chief Clay would be great for this.
Okay. Is Chief Clay still there?
Yes,
Great.
I'm here.
Yeah, thanks again. Chief, can you, again, just run through quickly how the pickup and drop off will work at this location?
Yes, they'll be using the same similar strategy that I described earlier for the committee, for the board. This is a kiss and go system off of Schubert. You have a series of team members that will be participating in the exiting of students from the vehicles. This is using Schubert again because it steps away from the entrance to the location, to the structure. And we were using walkie-talkies to ensure that the traffic is moving and being managed, as well as parent outreach and education for our parents to ensure that they're all familiar with what their role is to ensure the safety of children and the safety of our neighbors in this area.
And just one other thing, Chief, this school is going to be a branch of Alcott, correct?
That's correct.
And Alcott has its own kiss and go operation that has been in operation for, I don't know how many years now, but it's going to be operated in the same way as that one, correct?
That is correct.
And are you aware of any kind of issues or problems that we've had at Alcott in terms of the kiss and go system?
No, none in my office. And in conversations with the alderman, their representative designee also stated that they have received minimal, if at all, any complaints from the operation at Alcott.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you have want us to go into any other details.
Yeah, any other questions from the board? I think we've got what we need on this one, Scott. So thank you everyone for your time. And I do know that in the spirit of taking everything fully separately, the alderman is here on this one as well. So Alderman Smith, if you want to say something as well right now, this would be the time for this matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to briefly state that this exact location was actually approved to be a private school several years ago. And the format of that school, that didn't occur for their whatever reason. And so the community has had a chance to vet this location for school purposes in the past. And this preschool will also be actually an annex to the wonderful Alcott Elementary School. So the parking and the loading has been talked about, and we have assured our residents that any glitches that come up along the way, because glitches occur, will certainly be worked out with the school. They know that Principal Estrada and Alcott Elementary are very, very good neighbors. So I just wanted to lend my support to this project and ask that you grant this application. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Alderwoman. Thanks for coming, and I have a feeling we'll see you again next month. So this is great. We'll take it under consideration, and I appreciate everyone on this team's time because I know you all have been up for a while. So go out and enjoy your weekends.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
You too.
Okay, let's keep going. I'm gonna try to catch up a little bit on pace, just noting that again, this is a crazy long meeting and we've fallen a bit behind. So let's go to calendar number 137-21-S. This is at 7708 West Belmont Avenue. And while Counselor, I believe, Box gets situated, I'm gonna go ahead and read the recommendation, and then we do have a continuance that just came into me that after the recommendation I'll read for a different matter. 1 second. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. Okay, and sorry to take this continuance out of order. There's a lot of maneuvering happening today, but if someone is here for 68 and 69, I believe it's Counselor Kolpak. Paul, if you're here, Paul Kolpak, let us know.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Hi, this is Paul Kolpak. I thank you for interrupting the call. I received a call earlier this morning from my client regarding on the bottom of page 14, 6821Z, and the top of page 15, 6921Z, that he had to go pick up his children and he will not be here to testify. So I respectfully request a continuance to the next possible date. And if that states June, it's fine.
Yep. Okay. So this is 68 and 6921Z, and we'll continue it to June 18th, 2021. And no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much for your consideration. I apologize.
Great. And if there's objectors on that one, 68 and 6921Z, you'll need to re-sign up.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that, Dan. Back to you. So go right ahead. Again, this is 137-21-5.
No problem at all. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, for the members of the committee, my name is Daniel Box. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Ms. Alma Bautista. The applicant will be leasing a grade level space, retail space of the subject property located at 7708A West Belmont Avenue. The applicant is proposing to establish a hair and nail salon within that space. And in order to do so, we're here today seeking a special use because there's at least one other personal service use located within 1,000 feet of the property. There will be two witnesses testifying today, the applicant, Alma Bautista, and our appraiser, Joe Ryan. And with that, I'd be happy to call my witnesses.
Perfect. Yeah, and we can get Alma to swear to her affidavit if that works. Alma, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Alma Bautista. My address is 7708 West Belmont Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60634.
Thank you, Ms. Bautista. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Alma. You're the applicant for the special use located at 7708A West Belmont, is that right?
Yes.
And again, you're proposing to locate a hair salon and a nail salon within that space, is that correct?
Yes,
And our office filed a witness statement on your behalf. Is that correct?
yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those statements?
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and call Mr. Joe Ryan.
Perfect. Yeah, Joe, if you're on, please state your name and address for the record.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great.
Joe, you've testified before this board in your capacity as an MAI appraiser many times. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're familiar with the subject property?
I am.
And the scope of your assignment in this case was to evaluate whether the requested special use will comply with the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code. Is that right?
It was.
And we submitted that report to the board in anticipation of today's hearing.
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with that report?
it absolutely would be, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're open to any questions you might have.
Yeah, so on these, on hair and nail salons, Ms. Bautista, I really like to just hear from the applicant a little bit about what they plan to do and how they like to run operations. So could you just tell us a little bit about your experience in the industry and anything else you plan to do here?
Yes.
Here, I'll walk you through this. This would be your second location that you own and operate a hair and nail salon. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have more than 3 years of experience in the industry as a licensed beautician. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. And to staff the proposed salon, you anticipate hiring 1, maybe 2 properly licensed beauticians. Is that correct?
Yes.
In terms of hours of operations, Alma, you plan to operate Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. through 8 p.m. and Saturday, 10 a.m. through 7 p.m.
Yes.
And you anticipate being present on site for most hours as the general manager. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that, Ms. Bautista. So any questions from the board? Sounds like none. We'll take this under consideration and good luck with everything. Thank you. We'll keep going down the line. And this is calendar number 139 and 140-21-Z at 1926 West Race Avenue. Again, no objectors on this one. So streamlined versions will be appreciated. And with that, Counselor, I'll let you take it away.
Great. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant and property owners, Matt and Piper Dolan. Again, they own and live at the subject property at 1926 West Race. The subject site consists of a substandard zoning lot that measures 24 feet wide by 95.18 feet deep. And it's improved, as you can see from the visual, with a 3-story single-family home and a detached garage located at the rear of the lot. We're here this morning because the applicants are proposing to properly permit a partial 4th floor addition and a rear 1-story addition to their home. As you may have learned from our findings of fact submittal, the Dolans began work on this project back in March of 2019. Within a few months of starting, they learned that the design build firm that they had been working with had never actually obtained proper permits for the project. And at that specific point, they were actually charged a permit fee and even shown what turned out to be a forged permit for the scope of work. As work began, the Dolans began to question the actual workmanship and quality of that work. When they subsequently learned of the permit issue, they immediately fired the design build firm. Unfortunately, that left them with an incomplete and unpermitted project. So they put together a new team in an attempt to properly permit the scope that remained, and again, bring everything at the property into compliance. Admittedly, that's a very short overview of what's been an expensive, over 2-year process for the Dolan family. But before we get into the specifics, I want to point out for the record, as part of this program, we obtained 16 letters from immediate property owners, the neighbors, in support of the proposal. We also worked with the CGNA community organization who approved the scope, and based on that community support, we believe Alderman LaSpada has also issued support for the program. We need additions in order to bring the permitting into full compliance. We are looking for a west side setback reduction, an east side setback reduction, a combined side setback reduction, a rear setback reduction, and then a rear yard open space reduction as well. And again, separate and apart from the permitting issues that are specific to this property, the substandard lot dimensions and the existing improvements that we're attempting to permit and add on to serve as the hardship in this case. I have two witnesses available to testify on behalf one of the applicants, Ms. Piper Dolan. I also have our project architect, Bobby Taylor, who is a licensed architect with Warren Johnson Associates. I had previously listed Warren Johnson as the testifying witness. However, he was having a technological issue, and Bobby is stepping in again as a licensed architect for the project. If I can start, I will call my first witness, again, Ms. Piper Dolan.
And Piper, if you're, or Ms. Dolan, if you're on, just state your name and address for the record.
Hello, I'm Piper Dolan, 1926 West Race Avenue, Chicago 60622.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Piper, again, you and your husband, Matt, own the property at 1926 West Race?
Yes.
And you're in the process now of trying to properly permit a partial fourth floor and rear addition to your home. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, we need variations based on the substandard lot dimensions of your property.
Yes.
And again, we can answer more specific questions, but is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes, it is.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you very much. Bobby, are you there?
Chairman, what's the actual name?
Hello, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
It should be Warren Johnson.
Hi, this is Bobby. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, Bobby, great. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. I'm Bobby Taylor. I work for Warren Johnson. We're at 19 North Greeley in Palatine, Illinois, 60067.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Bobby, you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois,
Yes, I am.
and you're familiar with the building program for the Dolan residents. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it your professional opinion that the substandard lot dimensions, including the home and as well as the home's existing footprint, all taken together, create the practical difficulties or particular hardships in this case?
Yes.
And again, that's separate and apart, or probably in addition to the work that was started at the property without the proper permits. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, it's your understanding that my office filed witness statements on behalf of, in this case, Warren Johnson for this case?
Yes.
And you've reviewed those statements that were provided by Mr. Johnson and would adopt those as your own. Is that true?
Yes.
So again, the testimony would be consistent upon further questioning.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that is our condensed version. If you have any specific questions, again, our team is available to answer them now.
Great, thank you, and thanks for listening about the condensed version as well. We appreciate that. Understood. This is a very short lot. A little bit interested in who was the firm that messed up all the permits previously.
Not Warren Johnson. Piper, can you disclose the name?
Yeah, it was a Lucion design firm. They no longer seem to be operating, but the other set of lawyers we have in terms of trying to, make sure that he doesn't, God forbid, ever do this to another family, are still investigating. But we did our letters of termination with him immediately, as Nick said, following figuring out all the fraud that had been factored into this project.
Great. Yeah, we just like to kind of get that out there in the spirit of putting people on notice. It shouldn't be up to homeowners to have to do that much research when they're hiring someone. So sorry that happened. With that, are there any questions from the board on this one? Okay, we'll take it under consideration. And thank you for coming in today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to do a few more before we allow any board members to eat. So let's go to calendar number 141-21-S. And this is at 3200 North Harlem. I'm going to quick read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a gas station and a one-story accessory retail convenience store and car wash building provided. Number one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Belmont Real Estate, Inc. Number two, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated April 13th, 2021, prepared by Lucid Engineering Services Group, LLC, with elevations dated April 15th, 2021. And number three, the floodlights are removed from the north and west building facades adjacent to the residential uses. And Councilor, really quick, I think this is one we're going to be hearing together with calendar numbers 187-21-Z and 188-21-Z, as they all really are a package.
Exactly. I was just going to ask that they be consolidated for the purposes of hearing. It's all part of the same case.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much. And with that, you can go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you again. For the record, Mr. Chairman, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Belmont Real Estate Incorporated. The applicant owns the subject property at 32 North Harlem Avenue, as well as the neighboring retail or commercial property at 7212 West Belmont. The Harlem Avenue property is currently improved with an operating gas station and a one-story retail convenience store that's attached to a minor car repair building. The Harlem Avenue property, as you can see from that perspective, is improved with a one-story retail building. The applicant is proposing to combine the two properties into one zoning lot and ultimately reconfigure and reorganize the gas station operation at the site. The redevelopment maintains 4 gas pumping islands, and it calls for a new one-story retail building and an automatic car wash tunnel. In order to permit the project, the applicant is seeking a special use because the subject property is located in a C1 zoning district. The applicant is also seeking companion variations, as we discussed, to reduce the lot area total required for a gas station, the south side setback, and the rear or west setback, because this is a designated reverse corner lot. There will be 3 witnesses available to testify on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Stephen Chaco, our project architect, Mr. Makbul Khan, and our MAI appraiser, Mr. Joe Ryan. Chairman, I'm going to try and do a condensed version. If you need me to speed up, just please let me know.
Great.
Is Stephen Chaco, are you on? Oh, I think you're muted.
Yeah, Mr.
Stephen.
Chaco, you're on mute.
Yes, I am.
Well, Mr. Chaco,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Stephen Chaco, 3200 North Harlem Avenue, Chicago, Illinois 60634.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Stephen, again, you're the president of the applicant, Belmont Real Estate Incorporated,
Yes, sir.
and you own and operate the gas station and retail convenience store at the current property, 3200 North Harlem. Is that right?
Yes,
You've also had the opportunity to purchase your neighboring property, which again is a common address today, of 7212 West Belmont Avenue. Is that right?
yes,
And as I explained, your program is to combine the two properties into one functioning zoning lot. Is that right?
yes,
And by incorporating the retail property, you're actually increasing the overall site by about 5,700 square feet. Is that right?
Yes,
So although we're still short of the 20,000 square foot requirement, we're actually in a position of better or more compliance. Is that right?
yes,
In terms of your hours of operation, the gas station will continue to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Is that right?
yes,
And the retail store will
Yes.
maintain similar hours, but maybe closed overnight for security purposes. Is that right?
yes,
And the car wash tunnel will operate on an as-needed basis each day, typically between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. Is that right?
yes,
And it's your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case? And if you were to continue to
Yes.
testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided? Thank you very
Yes.
much. Makbul, are you on?
thank you.
Let's see if we've got, it's Makbul Khan, right?
Makbul Khan is my next witness. I know he was on, he had signed on initially.
Okay.
Chairman, we don't have any Makbul Khan unless he signed up under some different name.
Yeah, I don't see one either. Oh, could he be under Mode Najib? Someone was raising their hand under Mode Najib.
Yes, I promoted him.
Great.
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Makbul?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, Mr. Khan, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Makbul Khan, 2704 West Peterson, Chicago 60659.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Makbul, again, you're a licensed architect in Illinois?
Yes,
You've previously testified in that capacity before the board, is that right?
yes,
And you designed the building program and the redevelopment proposal for the subject property, is that right?
yes,
Again, as we discussed, you're expanding the site by about 5,750 square feet.
yes,
And with respect to the requested variations, is it your opinion that the existing lot conditions, the subject lot's designation as a reverse corner lot, and the neighboring residential district to the west, all taken together, create the practical hardships or practical difficulties in this case?
yes,
And again, you believe that all of the standards for variation are being met based on those practical difficulties and particular hardships. Is that right?
yes,
And you also believe that the proposed uses and the resulting site and building configuration will be appropriate and compatible at the subject property. Is that true?
yes,
Makbul, is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
yes, I do.
If you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes,
Thank you. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I have Mr. Joe Ryan as our MAI appraiser.
Yep, of course. Joe, have we talked to you yet today?
Yes,
Okay, sorry. It's all blending somehow.
I get it.
Okay, so Joe is on the record.
Thanks, Chairman. Again, Mr. Ryan, you're a designated MAI appraiser in the state of Illinois.
I am.
The scope of your assignment in this case was to determine whether the requested special use would comply with the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code. Is that right?
That is correct.
You were also asked to provide an opinion regarding the appropriateness or the whether or not the requested variations met approval criteria. Is that right?
That's correct.
You physically inspected the subject property.
I did.
You prepared a written zoning analysis report summarizing your findings and conclusions.
I did.
Briefly, you believe that both the special use and variation standards are being met for approval criteria. You believe we are meeting those criteria.
Yes, I do. And I listed several gas stations on the north side of Chicago that were short of the 20,000 square foot minimum lot size.
And again, that includes the subject property, which is actually being expanded with the addition of the lot to the west.
That's correct.
Joe, if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements and conclusions in your written report?
They would, yes.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. However, before I turn the floor back over, I do want to give Mr. Valenziano a bit of a shout out. He worked with us literally hand in hand to find a solution to some of the issues at the property. So I just want to put it out there that he really did help us get to the point where we could move forward today, and I appreciate it.
Yep. Steve is as good as it gets. And on that note, really the only note I had was I understand that there's some, there's like a landscaping issue that doesn't have to be figured out at this point in the process, but
Right.
must be figured out before they open.
They're going to have to, it's actually before they get a permit. And we anticipate, because again, of that reverse corner lot configuration and the way we have our driveways, right now they're shown at 22 feet. We had contemplated potentially a 24-foot driveway. Regardless, we have to work in additional landscaping, or in the alternative, seek an administrative adjustment. And again, Steve was willing to work with us on that because we're close and we're within the adjustment range.
Yep. Okay. Any questions from the board? We'll take it under consideration. Thank you everyone for coming today.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we've got calendar numbers 142-21-S and 143-21-S, and this is two special uses at 6843 West Archer Avenue. As everyone gets situated, I'm going to read the department's recommendations. Okay, for 142-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to construct a rooftop patio addition onto an existing tavern, provided that, number one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Granat's First Count, Inc. Number two, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated April 18th, 2020, prepared by Richard Thomas Architects. And number three, the applicant utilizes fully shielded cutoff lighting fixtures on the rooftop patio. And for the same address, calendar number 143-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to expand an existing tavern into an existing one-story attached addition and onto the proposed rooftop patio pursuant to ZBA number 142-21-S, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Granat's First Count, Inc. Number two, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated April 18th, 2020, prepared by Richard Thomas Architects. And number three, the applicant utilizes fully shielded cutoff lighting fixtures on the rooftop patio. And real quick, I want to see if the alderman is present on this one. Sounds like not. I had heard that maybe they would be. So Nick, go right ahead.
Appreciate it. Thank you again, Chairman. For the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Granite's First Count Incorporated, which does business as Bobby G's. The applicant currently owns and operates a licensed tavern and beer garden at the subject property, located again at 6843 West Archer Avenue. The property is actually operated with a tavern license for the last 50 years, and the applicant has been the owner-operator of the establishment since about 2000. The reason we're here today is because the applicant is proposing to establish a rooftop patio above the one-story tavern. The subject property is located in a C1-1 zoning district, and a special use is required to permit the use. During zoning review on this project, the reviewer wrote a second special use for the proposed expansion of the tavern. There's a frame addition that's actually shown on the survey and site plan immediately behind the principal building, and a separate building is shown between the front building, the principal building, and the garage located at the rear of the lot. We believe those structures are the focus of the second denial letter. For the record, and I want to make sure this is very clear, the rear building was actually part of the rear addition, was part of the building in 2000 when the applicant purchased the property and the tavern. The beer garden building was actually constructed with a proper permit 2 years later in 2002. In fact, the applicant obtained permits in 2018 to reconfigure the overhang for the beer garden building, and in which case, in addition to the permits, inspections and additional licensing were required. Still, we want to make sure that the special use expansion covers all of the existing and proposed operations at the property. And in our discussions with DPD, we agreed to pursue the second special use simply for the sake of consistency. I raise that issue now because I know the board's critical of any work done without permits or without licenses. And I want to be clear and make sure that the board understands that this is not one of those cases. The tavern, the service area, the beer garden were all constructed with permits, subsequently inspected by the city's Department of Buildings and Licensing Task Force, and all of the current operations are properly licensed by the Department of Business Affairs and Consumer Protection. So that's our starting point for today's hearing. With that, I have two witnesses available on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Robert Granat, and our MAI appraiser, again, Mr. Joe Ryan.
Great. And yeah, Mr. Granat, if you're there, can you please state your name and address? You might be on mute, Mr. Granat, because I see that you're a panelist, and I know you have your hand up. So let's see if you can unmute.
Robert Granite.
There we go.
Okay, Robert Granite, 5114 South Newland Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60638.
Thank you, Mr. Granite. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And Bobby, again, you're the president of the applicant Granite's First Count Incorporated, is that right?
Yes, I am.
And again, that entity does business as Bobby G's, correct?
Correct.
And you operate a licensed tavern in the one-story building located at 6843 West Archer Avenue, right?
That is correct.
As I stated in my introduction, you purchased the property and the tavern in about the year 2000?
That is correct.
And you've overseen the day-to-day operations at the property and at the tavern basically ever since, is that right?
Yes, I do.
In terms of the reason we're here today, we're seeking a special use because the subject property is in a C1 zoning district, specifically to permit a rooftop patio license. Is that right?
Yes.
And that rooftop patio will operate accessory to the, in conjunction with, but accessory to the tavern. Is that right?
Yes.
The patio itself will occupy about 780 square feet of area.
Yes.
And at a non-COVID capacity, you think you'd be able to accommodate about 55 people. Is that right?
That is correct.
Although again, when we add furniture and take social distancing practices into account, you anticipate being able to safely accommodate closer to 32 people. Is that right?
Yes.
And in addition to the rooftop patio, you're seeking a companion special use to bring the rear building addition and the beer garden structure into compliance with the ordinance. Is that right?
That is correct.
Again, both of those buildings were built pursuant to permits and have been subsequently inspected by not only the Department of Buildings, but the licensing task force. Is that right?
Yes, it has.
And you've always maintained active current licenses for the entirety of your operation at the subject property. Is that right?
At all times, yes.
You've actually never been cited by the Department of Business Affairs or even the police department for any alleged violations. Is that right?
None whatsoever.
You're familiar with the rules limiting the use of the space past 11 o'clock during the week and midnight on the weekends. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And you absolutely intend to comply with those hours of operation, again, as dictated or controlled by the Department of Business Affairs and Consumer Protection. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
For the record, Chairman, I did want to make one clarification. In our findings of fact, I mistakenly included the end closing time for Friday and Saturday night at 11 o'clock p.m. The ordinance allows up to midnight, and I want to make sure that that correction is made on the record. It was my mistake, and I just want to make sure that the findings of fact is amended to reflect today's testimony.
Yep, got it, Nick, noted.
And Bobby, in the end, your motivation behind the rooftop patio and again, maintaining the outdoor beer garden is to continue to offer your patrons a safe outdoor space to use and enjoy when they come to your establishment.
Yes, it is.
In the short term, the outdoor spaces will allow you to increase your capacity as you continue to work through the COVID restrictions that have been imposed on the hospitality industry at large. Is that right?
Yes.
And more long-term, the rooftop and beer garden are intended to be lifelines to help you keep up and stay competitive in the industry, again, as the industry as a whole recovers from COVID.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much, Bobby. Joe, are you still on?
I am.
Chairman, is he still, I assume he's still under oath?
Oh, yeah, Joe, now I remember for sure. He's on the
He knows the
record.
rules.
Yeah.
Joe, again, you're a MAI designated appraiser in the state of Illinois.
I am.
You testified earlier today and many times before in that capacity.
Many, yes.
You were retained in this case to evaluate the requested special use and to determine whether it complies with the general criteria. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes,
You physically inspected the subject property and the surrounding area.
I did.
You prepared a written zoning analysis report summarizing your findings and conclusions.
Yes,
Very briefly, you determined that the proposed site would be appropriate and compatible. I'm sorry, the proposed use would be appropriate and compatible at the subject property. Is that right?
yes, it did, especially in light of the ongoing beer garden there. Yes,
As well as the fact that it's a 50-plus-year-old tavern. Is that right?
yes,
And in terms of other similar uses, even immediately across the street, there's a licensed restaurant that has a pretty large grade level outdoor patio. Is that right?
yes, yes.
So
they do.
although ours would be a rooftop patio, that outdoor seating area is something that we're not the first to bring to the neighborhood. Is that right?
No, and very similar in use.
Thank you. Joe, again, it's your understanding that our firm submitted a copy of your written report to the board. Is that right?
Yes,
And
yes,
if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements and conclusions contained in the report. Is that right?
it would be.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I know going into this case, you had a question about the alderman having concerns. We spoke with staff both at the Department of Planning and Development, and my client, Bobby, actually spoke directly with the alderman. From our perspective, the concerns were about the operations to make sure that there wasn't a negative impact on our immediate neighbors in the residential neighborhood behind us. And if you can, if we can go back to the side, I gave a profile photograph of the property that was up a few slides ago. It's a color photo that shows the garage and the rear building.
Yeah, if we could move back to that.
That's the one. So I'm going to do my best to explain this. What you're looking at here is a two-car garage. That's the big building on the left. The smaller, shorter building, kind of in the middle of the screen, is the existing the beer garden enclosure. It's not entirely enclosed, but it allows people to get inside if there's rain or something like that. The proposed rooftop would be at the front of the building that's even further away from the garage and the beer garden. So there's quite a bit of separation. And in this case, two building structures separating the proposed rooftop from the rear of the property. We also, again, not flip-flopping on the plans, incorporated trellises, and then we had plans for movable landscaping, some type of trees, decorations that not only serve to make the space visually appealing, but also help muffle and contain any type of noise. We're aware of, and we will follow the rules for limiting outdoor music, and there is no live music, there's no piped in music, and we are aware of the hours of operation. Again, all in an effort to help mitigate any type of impact on our neighbors immediately behind the property.
Okay. And can you touch really quick on loitering? I think at some point in time that came up related to this property.
Right. There's two key points there. The first is, as you can see from this photo, there's a gate at the rear of the property. That is 100% inaccessible to any customers. We do not let people come into the establishment from the rear of the property. We do not let them leave the property through the back gate. All of the indoor outdoor comes at the front. Bobby has a staff of 6 people who work, including a doorman. So not only are they making sure that everybody's properly of age, if there is somebody congregating out in front, we have staff ready and looking for that to make sure it does not happen and that it disperses as quickly as it seems to happen.
Okay. Okay, questions from the board? We'll take this under consideration. Thank you very much, everybody.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you. So we're gonna try to get one more in before breaking for some sort of lunch period. So next up is 144-21-S. I have a question mark on whether or not we were continuing this one, Nick.
I spoke with Mr. Valenziano again this morning. It's my understanding that he's comfortable with the plan edits that were provided to staff yesterday. Again, I don't want to speak for Mr. Valenziano, especially after giving him a nice compliment. But I believe we're in a position to move forward. Yeah, no kidding, right?
So Steve, I see your hands raised. So can you address this?
Yeah, this is Steve Valenziano, Department of Planning and Development. And based on some 11th hour, 12th hour conversations last night, we are prepared to go forward with our recommendation on this project today. And so it's fine with us if it moves forward.
Great, then maybe I think what we do here is we take this one. Steve, does your recommendation that I have a DPD recommendation, is this the same?
Yes, yeah, you have the recommendation, yes.
Great. All right, so for calendar number 144-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a car wash and retail store addition to an existing gas station, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Belmont Real Estate, Inc., and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated April 15, 2021, prepared by Axios Architects and Consultants.
Chairman, just I think there might be a small error. You referenced Belmont Real Estate, Inc. as the applicant for 144-21-S. The applicant is 115 Halstead Properties, LLC.
Okay, yeah.
It may just be a typo, but I want to make sure there's no issue for the record.
That's a typo, Nick. So we will amend that on the record. So the recommendation as read goes to 115 Halstead Properties, LLC, not Belmont Real Estate, Inc. And I think we can move forward from there.
Great. Again, Nick Fatikas on behalf of the applicant and property owner, 115 Halstead Properties, LLC. The applicant owns and operates a gas station and retail convenience store at the subject property located again at 11500 South Halstead Street. The applicant is proposing to expand the existing convenience store and incorporate a new single lane automatic car wash tunnel that'll operate accessory to the existing gas station. A special use is required because the proposed building additions exceed 25% of the existing station's retail floor area total. I do have 3 witnesses to testify on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Nasser Ali, our project architect, Mr. Bill Kokalius, and our land planning consultant, Mr. Kareem Musawir. And with that, Nasser, are you on? Nasser Ali?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you. Mr. Ali, will you please state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Nasser Ali, address 4859 North Keeler Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60630.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great.
And Nasser, you're the manager of the applicant, 115 Halstead Properties, LLC?
Yes.
And again, that entity owns and operates a gas station and retail convenience store at the subject property. Is that right?
Yes.
And in my introduction, I described that you're planning to modernize and expand the existing retail convenience store building and incorporate a new car wash tunnel at the site.
Yes.
These improvements are important to you because they will enhance the customer experience and also allow you to remain competitive in the marketplace. Is that right?
Yes.
And in addition, your plans also call for new fencing and perimeter landscaping. Is that right?
Yes.
But the functionality of the gas station is intended to remain similar to what it is today, correct?
Yes.
And again, that includes 5 existing pumping islands. Is that right?
Yes.
And a minimum of 8 off-street parking spaces, correct?
Yes.
It's your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes, sir.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman, this is a special use application. If I could just put Mr. Kokelius on to say that he provided the revised plans, I think I could probably go right to Mr. Musawir from there.
Great. Yep.
Bill, are you on with us?
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm on. Yes.
Great. Mr. Kokelius, can you state your name and name and address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Bill Kokelius with Axios Architects, 188 North Wells, Suite 300, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in the proceedings today?
I do.
Thank you.
And Bill, again, you were the architect of record that designed the site and building program for the proposed convenience store and car wash additions at the subject property.
Yes, I am.
And based on conversations and communication with the Department of Planning and Development, edits were made as recently as yesterday that now have preliminary approval from both DPD and CDOT. Is that right?
That is correct. And Nick, what I wanted to say, you mentioned 8 cars. As of the latest site plan, we have 7 off-street parking spaces, not 8.
And that was one of the, thank you. That was one of the corrections we made yesterday to accommodate a larger aisle width. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you so much. Bill, I did file, it's your understanding that I filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
And again, amended or updated based on yesterday's more recent plan?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Kareem, are you available?
Chairman, Mr. Musawir was here in the morning, but then he dropped off.
Nick, you can try to get him.
I'm going to try and get him right now. I'm so sorry, Chair.
Hi, this is Jolene Saul. Maybe while that happens, can maybe Steve talk to the kind of last minute changes that were made? So just for our point of reference.
This is Steve Valenziano, Department of Planning and Development. If you go back to the site plan. So there was parking at that northwest corner of the site, and that was removed in order to better accommodate the truck movements for the tanker trucks in and out, and also then to provide a better stop area for the cars exiting from the car wash before they enter the throat of the driveway along 115th. And then also along the south property line, the landscape area was increased in narrowing those drive aisles, and then everything kind of, I guess, shifted north a little bit. So it was just some tweaking of the final plan.
Thanks, Steve.
Chairman, I believe Kareem is either back on or signing back on right now. We just got off the phone with him.
Just to confirm, you reached him, right? Like he's.
We did. We
Okay.
did. And I actually thought he'd already be on. Chair, again, if you want to, I know you were talking about taking a break. If you want to take a break and then we can start with Mr. Kareem after the break. I was hoping to get this done before, but
Yeah.
it's up to, I don't want to inconvenience the board. It's up to you.
So, yeah, I mean, we've just got to get him on the record, right? So, I think that's best process. And then, I mean, I want to open it up to the board members if they have any questions right now, so that when we come back, we can just get Kareem on the record and move on. Okay, sounds like no. We're gonna take a 30-minute recess to 2:05 p.m. Central Standard Time. We've got a lot of time to make up on the latter, I'll call it the second third of this day. So when we get back, I'm gonna set the tone for that. So again, we'll reconvene at 2:05 p.m. Central Standard Time. Commissioner Toya seconds. Actually, sorry, we'll switch that. Sam had to drop off for a few. So Commissioner Saul seconds. Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Okay.
And I did get back to, wait.
No, it's
So you
okay,
know, I
Sam.
did get-
It's okay, Sam.
Okay.
We're going to lunch. Everyone can probably hear my stomach rumbling. So, all right.
All right, thank you.
See
All right.
everyone at 2:05. We're on recess. Thanks.
Just missed it. Okay, where's my phone?
Victor, what was the return time after lunch?